Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Now, chat, we're here tonight because our goal is to create a new legend in the Cursed Wrestling universe, and that legend is none other than this guy. This guy. This is, for those of you who are unaware, this is my pony OC. His name is Shining Wizard, and he is, as you can tell, a wrestling OC. I made him based off of my love for wrestling. As you can see, he has a mask. He's got spandex on his wings and his legs. And we're gonna basically create the Equestria Girls version of him in this stream, because we're gonna go grab him. We're gonna create him in this game, and he's gonna be our MyRise character. He's gonna be our MyRise character, and hopefully, by the time we're done, he will have won the world championship. Now, we can't guarantee that, obviously. We can't guarantee anything. But that is what we should be striving for. That's what we should be striving for, chat. So, in order to make sure I stay on track for what we're striving for, I'm going to put him up here. I love him. He's adorable. I know. Melody Small in chat actually made this this portrait of him here, and he looks so dang cute. I love him so much. He's taught me what it means to be obsessed over your own characters. He even has wrist straps. Hi, yes, I made the vector. There's an alt for PNG tuber usage. There is, yes, but whenever I like want to post something about him, this is generally the vector I use, you know, because I just think he's so good. But like also, quite a few people have also made like art of him. My good friend Flynn, he made like a vector of this guy within like 1 hour of his creation. My friend Sax Pony, she also made a reference sheet, I guess, of of Shining Wizard 2. A fan favorite for sure. He will be a fan favorite by the time we're done. I will make sure that everyone in the Longboy Club, whether they're casual or hardcore alike, knows the name of Shining Wizard. They will know the name of Shining Wizard by the time we're done, because we're going to put him through his paces in MyRise this year. So, let's go ahead and let's fucking do a thing. I accidentally played Down with the Sickness. You know what? Fuck it. We'll start with that. We're gonna acknowledge him for real. When he's heel or hoof turding coming.
You feel that?
Oh, you know what? It kind of depends, doesn't it? Oh, indeed. The modified base shape of the superstar's face. I bet Shining Wizard always sells for all opponents and pulls a good match out of them. However, these hidden settings will still be retained after you finish. Oh, I see. Okay. Now I'll be honest. I forgot this is your version. Now this were Creepshow's stream. Oh! Now this were Creepshow's theme. She'd probably play the whole thing, but I don't want to get blicked. So, yeah. That's where it's going to stop. Now then, let's make some fucking wrestlers here. Find me on... Oh, okay, cool. OMG, I forgot this is your version. Ooh, I bet... We're gonna acknowledge him for real. When is his heel turn coming? Well, it depends on when... Well, it depends on where the story takes us now, doesn't it? And we need to give him the right shade. We gotta give him the right shade of skin. I think that's about right, chat? Oh, y'all want to go big? Then say that. Oh, Dude, if you want men to cry, just play that theme at WrestleMania and have Big E come out. If you want men to cry, right? That's what you gotta do. That's what you have to do. Now we gotta take his eyes. Hey, Nina, how are you? Puto, hi. Hi, how are you? Maybe a little more pale. Hold on. I think that's good. That's good. That's good. I'm good. How about you? I'm good. I'm good. We're making my Pony OC into a wrestler. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're doing well. Right. Detail adjustments can be performed on face parts. The mirror feature will be used to symmetrically mirror your face parts. Okay. Facial structure. We need the eyes. We need the eyes to be big eyes. Big eyes. Big eyes, chat. We need them to be big ol' eyes. Wait, is that like all you can do? Is that all you can do, chat? No way. No. A fucking course, lol. I'm just downloading everything I had into my Switch. Oh, what now? Are you re-downloading everything on your Switch? Oh, I see. I got a new one. Oh, did you lose your other one? Did you lose your other one? I gotta remember how, like, EQG characters are like, made. Maybe you can put the eyes on a mask? Maybe. Like, remember, we're going for, like, Equestria girls here, right? We need to, like, look at, like, Equestrian girls guy. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing right now. No, lol. Like Ari says, mines took a swim, aka water got into the headphone jack and it kissed my ass goodbye. Oh, it got into like the circuitry and stuff? That sucks. That really sucks. I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. So maybe you can give your superstar the appearance of your choice by adjusting the height, changing body proportions, setting skin color, and adding veins from body type. In order to make it easier to see how the body is being modified, attire will be hidden while editing the body. However, these hidden settings will still be retained after you finish editing the body. Okay, cool. So I think that based on kind of what we're doing here, right? This guy shouldn't be like a big chiseled guy, right? I think it'd be fine if he, if he's got a little bit of definition, but geez, he doesn't have to be like up and at him like that. That's perfect. That's perfect. I think that's what we kind of want to strive for there. Oh, do you have plans for the female, MyRise? Because I love to make you a CIW to save you some time. You know what? I do have plans to play the woman's CIW. Tons of veins. That'll be the signifying of his heel turn, if that ever happens. Can I, like, chain? Hold on. Hold on. Maybe we should start just kind of with the clothing, right? Let's start just kind of with, like, the bare essentials. Because we need to make sure that we can do the things we want to do. But no, Keebs, I would actually love it if you actually, like, went, like, out of your way to, like, make me a CAW. Oh, the flesh colored is when he's out of the ring. That's when he's out the ring, chat. That's actually, that's crazy. Oh, man. That's when he's out of the ring, chat. That's when he's just kind of, you know, kicking it with muffins and stuff, right? That's horrifying. Let's retaliate. We need the purple tights. They need to be like this. Hold on. It's a little more on the bluest side, actually. That's perfect. That's actually perfect. That's the color we want, chat. And now we gotta just do this up. We gotta do it up with polka dots. Or Randy Orton's theme, the crowd erupts when I hear voices. And, yeah. You know what? I think that Voices is up there with some of the best. I think that it's up there with some of the best of all time. But can he have spots? Well, it depends. Is he within 500 feet of Gira? Because no one knows if he's contagious. They're just lucky they haven't got the spots yet. Let's go to designs. You have like uber white man tattoos here. You have like uber, like your fucking dad in a midlife crisis tattoos there. It's like we need to like just do this up with polka dots, right? We need to like do this up with polka dots. And we can space them out too. Like it doesn't need to be like drowning in dots. Now the fun thing about these is that we can just have these kind of go wherever we want. It needs to be a deeper shade of pink. That! Right there! Right there! Give him the Dusty Rhodes. I literally found that out like a day after making Shining Wizard. I literally told myself, I just made Dusty Rhodes. I just made Dusty Rhodes here. Like I didn't even do anything like special. I just made Dusty. This is like some crazy material. This is some crazy ass material, chat. Do we want to give him like kind of shiny spots? I kind of want to give him shiny spots, chat. Are Dusty Rhodes tights in this? Well, like, you would have trunks, right? And we don't want trunks. We want tights, right? Like, we want those tights. So, like, can we go in here and can we copy this? Because if we can just copy this, that'll be just so good. You're about to save. Would you like to continue? Yes. I'd like to save my creation, thanks. Wait, is that gonna take me out of the mode? Oh, wait, no. Okay, cool. Shiny Wizard gotta be shiny. Yeah, exactly! You know what? I was an idiot for even asking. Of course we gotta make the things shiny. I don't know if we should have shiny pants, though. I think shiny pants is a little too far. I don't think that's what we want to go for. But we can absolutely do the shiny spots. I'll message you on Discord after stream to ask about any ideas you have for the female MyRise CAW. Okay, cool. I've got a couple ideas. But something I learned about this game, right, is that it actually makes... Rather, like, I heard that it actually makes reference to, like... Wait, group images. Hold on. Give me a second. Oh, it's these. Okay, no. We don't want to do that. Is that apparently this game makes reference to the last one, right? Which means that our boy, our guy, Henry, is canon. My cat is canon to the Wrestleverse, chat. It is canon to the 2K universe, I guess. Which is absolutely tremendous. I don't know about you, but I think that's absolutely tremendous. Coggers. Coggers. Is it shiny? That is not a shiny dot. That's not a shiny dot. Not one that I've ever seen.
Step on up.
I mean, like, all these other ones are vinyl, right?
Swing around a long boy's
let's
neck,
see.
ladies and gentlemen. Step on
I'll
up. Come on,
hold
come on,
real
come on,
still for you.
Let's go. Hurry up.
Ah, you suck.
Oh, you missed. Or maybe you didn't.
You're stinky.
Owe me $10 either way.
You're poo-poo nasty. And you sucked eggs in high school. It's fine, it was old as fuck anyways. I've had the Switch since it first came out. Chat, you want to know something that makes me feel old? The Switch is 7 years old. Like, the console itself. The console itself is 7 years old, chat, and that is, that's not something I'm ready to accept. That's not something, it makes me feel like this. It makes me feel like this, you know? There's gotta be a way to copy over, like, images, right? I keeled. Dude, I keeled when my friend Logos, like, messaged something about, I can't believe the Switch is 7 years old. I want to message him saying, no, you're 7 years old. That would be weird. So I didn't do it. No, I can't believe that. You don't suck, Keeves. You're okay. Yes. Yes, Keeves is okay. Keeves is actually awesome. I want to give a good pat on the back for Keeves. I'm going to head to bed. I'm feeling a little tired. Good night. All right, Dan. You have a nice night, okay? The PS4 is 11 years. No, it is? It is? I mean, like, you know, it'll be 11 years old this year, but it's like 10 years old right now, which is unfathomable to me. I remember when I first got it. I remember when I first got my PS4. I mean, I don't have it anymore. Oh, it's true. It's damn true. I wish it wasn't. I wish it wasn't, dude. I remember when I first got my PS4. I got Middle Earth, Shadow of Mordor. That was like the first game I played on it, right? I remember that. I remember grinding the fuck out of that. That was one of the most fun times I had in my teenage years. But now that game is like 9 years old almost, right? It's like almost 9 years old. It is insane to me how fast time flies. Now, especially, you know? Can Stev say, like Stone Cold says it? I wonder, lol. Well, did I do it? Would you say I just did it? Close enough. Good. Good. You like close enough. Nah. Well, there's one thing I'm known for. It's for my awesome wrestling impression. Here we go. Oh, that's way too big. Austin's got a more heavy southern drawl. He spaces the he's out more. He's got a more southern, heavy southern Texas drawl. He says it. Let me tell you something, son. I've been paying attention to that there shining wizard. What? And I gotta say, he's about to get in the saddle. What? Get to kicking. What? Get out on the fucking field. What? And walk some mud holes and stomp them dry. That's what I think he's about to do, chat. You do a better Austin. You do a better Austin than the Ariona. Ari's great, though. Ari's a peach. We need a what soundbite, lol. Oh, that's gonna get so abused. They'll get so abused. I don't want to do what, like, New Legacy does, because they literally have a soundboard that's, like, just Stone Cold things. Ari does it more consistently, though. Well, I'll tell you something, son. I've been paying attention to that there Ariona. What? I gotta say, looking at their AOL wrestling promotion, what? I'm thinking of putting my old John Hancock on the paper. What? Sign that dotted line. What? Walking into the ring. What? And sundering every single man and woman, everyone in between, in that ring. What? Until there's nothing but mud holes for me to walk dry. And that's all I gotta say about that. And that's all I gotta say about that, son. Can you say the alphabet backwards? I could kick your ass backwards. What? Is there ever was an appropriate time? What? Let's see here. I feel like I can add one more spot to the back. And then we're good. So, like, does this add any, like, creative points? Because I know that, like, these designs are, like, spread out between creative points. Kind of. There's a bit of a limit. I just realized we're doing the exact same thing that we did to, like, Gira, chat. We're doing the exact same thing that we did to him. It's just now, there's no long boys involved. It's just horse stuff, you know? Maybe I oughta lay over my knee. What? Pull your little dress up. What? I gotta be careful. I don't want your balls to fall out. And that's the bottom line, cause Steph Cold said so. I'll tell you that, that Twilight Sparkle. Many say that she's the princess of friendship. What? She says she's, smart enough to have a PhD. What? Well, I have a PhD in whooping ass. What? And I'll walk up to that castle, I'll kick down the door, and I'll stomp a mud hole in that horse until she's glue. And that's all I gotta say about that. And that's all I gotta say about that one, son. What? The only royalty around here is gonna be old Stone Cold by the time it's all said and done. And that's all I gotta say about that. There's one little problem. You see, you're in my yard. Bad things happen in my yard. I like the bottom of... I don't like looking at the bottom of his feet. Let's retaliate by not doing that. I think we gotta put, like... You know... a dot over the balls. Right? We gotta do that. We gotta put a dot over the balls, chat. Ah. Chat, I want the symmetry now. I want the symmetry. Wait. Did I put vinyl on that one? Oh no, chat, this is gonna be so awkward. It's gonna be so weird. It's gonna be so weird when I go into the ring and I find, oh, there's like two fucking, there's like two dots that don't have vinyl on them. It's gonna be really weird. It's just gonna be really strange, isn't it? Let's see here. I'm not even gonna be able to find out which one is which. Look at this, chat. I can't tell which one is which. Can you? Can you? I can't. Alright, I think our tights are in order. I think we're all good there. Now, we need boots. Now, chat, when you look at the guy up to the right of the screen, when the mat looks similar, let's see. When you think of this guy, do you think that he has pink boots? Or do you think he has black boots with pink kick pads? Because for me, it's the latter, right? He's got like normal boots, like this, right? He's got like normal boots, but I think that with the kick pads, those are pink. You know what happens when you cross Shining Wizard? You just made the list. You made the list of people who need to follow the channel. I'm really glad I played that ad before we started, chat, because we're still like 20 minutes away from another one. We're still like 20 minutes away from another ad. Music to my ears. I was thinking skin color, LOL. Oh, what? Like kick pads that are the same color as skin tone? Those are some wild kick pads. Whoa. I can give him samurai greaves. Cool.
Hello, Mario.
Hey! Hey, Soul, what's up? How are you doing, my friend? Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Chad, I kind of want to give him the samurai greaves for the lulz. Just regular wrestling boots, but skin color. Oh, no, you know, it's not a bad idea. That is not a bad idea at all. Now first, big, bold pink. Right there, chat. Big, bold, and pink, damn it. Fuck it, we got time. Let's see how it looks. Let's see how it looks, chat. That's fucked. That's fucked up. Let's see this here. That is so... That is... Oh my god! Where are the hoof boots, son? This is good old JR. As God is my witness. I've never seen something so scuffed in all my years. By God. Holy crap. My dude my dude thought that he was in MMA. He's like Matt Riddle if he like had more protection on his feet. Are you gonna go the whole 9 yards and create an entrance and moveset for him too? In a video maybe? You know, I wanna do all that. I wanna do all that. But like I don't know if you guys like want a whole stream of that, right? I don't know if you guys want a whole stream of that. Because, you know, like if we go the whole 9 yards and, you know, create him just like all the way, then that's gonna be the whole stream. I do. Do it or we riot. I do. Would you want that, chat? Do you wanna just kind of create a character together? God, this is so scuffed. I'm keeping this. Speaking of Matt Riddle, did something happen? He vanished off the face of the earth. He's in New Japan right now. And not only that, he beat Hiroshi Tanahashi, or rather, Hiroshi Tanahashi for the New Japan TV title. Which, You know, between them and AAA, it's a real tough contest for worst major promotion right now. It's a real stiff competition. It's a real stiff competition. Why are we hearing more from Alberto El Patron than Keith Lee? Life isn't, I don't, dude. That video of him being in like a high school gym in front of like 12 people maximum, it should have stayed that way. It really should have stayed that way because I can't take more Alberto El Patron in the year 2024. I do, if you want to see him do all this stream, say yeet. I hope he rots. I do, you know what? Yeah. Yes. Can I get more yeets in chat if you hope that like Alberto El Patron just steps on a big like bucket of like Playmobil? Right? I hope that he steps on a big, like, a Playmobil and it, like, penetrates the skin. That's what I like to see. Get it real deep in there, dude. Make it so that, like, it's, like, uncomfortable to walk the next day. I want that kind of inconvenience for him. What's headwear? Because we need him to have a lucha mask. Masks. There you go. That's what we want. So fun thing about these Rey Mysterio masks, chat. There's like so many of them in this game, right? Like look at this here. We got 1, 2, 3. Let's go down here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 different designs for Rey Mysterio's mask. And you can't put any of them on Rey Mysterio. You can't switch between his masks. The only mask that he can wear in this game is this one. And any recolors that you have of it, right? If it doesn't have this base, you cannot use it. Similarly, Axiom can only wear the newest version of his mask. He can't wear the one that he wore last year, this one right here. He can't wear this one. He has to wear the one where like his like eyeballs are like staring up towards the ceiling. I guess to stop from showing his face, I guess. Well, like at that point, just like make it so that you can just cycle through his masks, right? Make that something that like only is like, you know, available to him, right? Anyone who hides behind a mask is either incredibly ugly or is the Batman. I mean, I don't know if Rey Mysterio is the Batman, but he probably dressed like him at one point. Anyways, we gotta make the mask, chat. We gotta make the mask. We got quite a few to choose from here. We need to have it be like an open face type deal. Something like this, maybe. Oh, that's a little more gimmicky than what I want. Something like this is probably what we want to go for, right, chat? We want something like that. We don't want something that kind of closes in around the mouth. Because that's not who he is. We can get more experimental as time goes on. But at least in the beginning, I think that this is the one. It's Grand Metalique's mask, and there's is a Grand Metalique's mask in there somewhere. Is this it here? Is this Metalique? Oh, this is Metalique right there. I think this is it too. No, too much effort for a 2K game. It probably wouldn't even be that much effort. Just freaking do it. Like, what is the point of having all these masks in there if you can't even, like, shuffle between them as Rey Mysterio? Right? Like, what even is the point? Oh, well, they're for his son. His son fucking hates him. His son hates him. In storyline. In storyline, he hates him. That's not what we want. Anyways. This right here is probably what we want, I think. Alright, we gotta get used to this face check, because we're gonna be seeing it a lot. Let's see here. All purple, baby. All purple. There you go. God, I love the video of them booing Dom and his own winning. His whole family being in on it is fantastic. It is! It's actually so good. I thought I had the mohawk. I thought it had the mohawk, but I might have my luchadors mixed up. Rey Mysterio has the mohawk nowadays. Or at least he sometimes does. Alright, so let's see this here. Alright, there are noticeably more dots on the mask than there were on the tights. So we need to reflect that. Oh man, chat. I'm thinking about materials, right? I'm thinking about the materials. We need something that's shiny, right? Oh man. Oh, we can give it glitter. We can give it glitter, chat. Do we want glitter spots? I kind of want glitter spots. Do glitter. All right. We're doing glitter. We're doing glitter. We got the glitter spots, chat. Incredible. No, chat. While we're here and while we're all kind of enjoying... ooh, excuse me. Wow. That was weird. I just have a moment on stream. Whoa. That was, that escalated quickly, chat. We can forget about that one. No. While we're here, I may as well just kind of nerd out a little. Are you okay there? You know what? Get back to me in like an hour. Get back to me in an hour, and I'll see. But no. This week's Dynamite made me really happy. It made me really happy. Because for the first time in a fucking long time, it feels like AEW has direction, right? Like it feels like they know who they want to push. And they like, and it feels like that they're building more things up in advance, right? And just in general, it feels more rewarding to watch, or at least like it felt that way this week, right? Because like, you know, I said it a bunch of times. I think that one of the big issues with AEW, I set a reminder to ask you in an hour. Tony lost Booker of the Year and got something together. He did. He did. He's actually like getting shit together. Like Dynamite is rebounding. I really do feel like it's rebounding. Because like you have a solid main event thing with Samoa Joe and Swerve Strickland. The mid card is very solid, like with the Eddie Kingston stuff and and Okada and you know, the Christian Cage and Adam Copeland stuff. The women's division finally feels like it's having stuff go on in it, especially like with Mercedes Moné showing up. Like you can literally keep her away for like multiple months from the women's title, and you would not upset me one bit. You would not upset me one bit because you have multiple matches that you're building towards for her, especially like with Willow Nightingale. I want more Willow, chat. I want more Willow Nightingale in my life. Willow Nightingale is the fucking best. She'll always be Sasha Banks to me, sorry. Okay, well listen, over here we don't use her slave name. No, it's fine. Mercedes Monet, is coming in, and listen, Tony's gotta try. He's gotta fucking try to squander her, right? Because she walks in, she is probably one of the most ready-made stars that AEW has ever had on their doorstep. Aside from, hey, Stitch, welcome to the Long Boy Club. You're now a member for life. You're now a member for life, my friend. Thank you very much. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. How are you doing? Also, imagine how screwed the WWE women
Hello,
will be
Mario.
when Alexa Bliss comes back from maternity leave. You know what? I'm anticipating that. But, no, like, I want more Willow Nightingale on my screen every single week, chat. Because Willow Nightingale has a very unique kind of charisma that no one else on the women's roster has. You know? I want more of her. I want her to, like, win a belt. I want her to be in more storylines. I want more of her, okay? I want more of her. I mean, there's one company that can waste an incredible woman. It's AEW. You know, you're not even wrong. You're not even wrong. Good. I just remembered I don't actually follow you when I've been meaning to. Well, thank you for the follow. You are now a member for life, like I said. I heard there were talks to bring AJ Lee back, and I'd lose my shit if that happened. I'm worried it's gonna be another CM Punk thing, right? Because, like, and I'm not, like, talking in terms of, like, just conduct, but in terms of just, like, what she's able to do, right? Because, you know, like CM Punk, hate CM Punk, have more complex feelings about CM Punk. I don't think anyone will argue that being away from the ring for 7 years has seriously hurt him. Because in the past 2 years alone, well, Paradox Cat with the Long Boys, Girls, NBs, and AGs. Thank you very much for following. Rather, thank you very much for rating. Sorry. Welcome in to the Long Boy Club, everyone. Hopefully you had a fun time over at Paradox's stream. For those of you who do not know, my name's Giraffe7. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Tonight, we are making my Pony OC, who is a wrestler, and we're making him in WWE 2K24 to throw into story mode. He will be our story mode character. So, yeah, this is essentially the stream for the rest of the night. Chat has said hi, Henry, again. That is, you know what? That is Henry encapsulated. Meow. Fart sound effect. That is him encapsulated into one thing. But no, like, I'm trying to be optimistic. I'm trying to be optimistic about Mercedes Moné in AEW. But, like, I know this company, you know? I've been a fan since day one. I know this company. And I know that they don't value women's wrestling as much, you know? It is no longer, it is not for a very long time. It has not been the case of, oh, they don't have the talent. They do have the talent. They got the fucking talent. It's just that Tony doesn't see them as much of a draw. He doesn't see them as much of a draw. And, you know, whether you want to say that, you know, it's like, I'm not going to sit here and, like, you know, think that he's like, oh, he's prejudiced or anything like that. I don't think it's that. I just genuinely think that, you know, he's looking at the numbers and he doesn't see them as a draw. But, like, the only way that you will make them a draw is if you use them consistently, right? I mean, the reason why a lot of people in AEW don't feel like stars is that they're not on TV enough, right? Like, they're not utilized in ways that are, you know, benefiting them, right? Like, being a good wrestler in AEW, it's not special, you know? We said that a bunch of times. We'll say it a bunch more times. It's not special. And, you know, obviously being able to put on like a good match, you know, it's always going to have you a place in wrestling. Funny now how WWE is the one valuing women's wrestling. It's touch and go with WWE, right? Because for a lot of the time, it feels like when one end of the women's division is like bolstering, the other part of it is suffering, right? Like, I can't remember the last time that both world titles in the women's division felt like big deals, right? I mean, maybe you can make a strong argument right now, right? But, like, I would have to say that, you know, the women's world title is comfortably not as big as the, you know, WWE women's title. She would be the same without her title. Yeah, like, Rhea is the big deal. Rhea's fucking awesome. The title is not. It feels very mid-card because it's just not been defended. It's not been defended enough. And the title that, like, Io is taking a back seat to drama. Yeah. That, and they just can't look as good on TV as WWE. The production is vastly different. No, it is. It is. The production is much, much, much different. But, like, you know, whether or not, you know, like, there's some more money, whether or not there's like any number of things. You will not get the women over. You will not get anyone in the company over if you don't use them. You know? They will not get more popular just in piss break matches. You know? I mean, just look. I mean, I've been watching Reliving the War on Wrestling Bios, which is essentially a retrospective series on the Monday Night War between WCW and WWF. And there are so many guys on WCW's roster, especially by 1999, that they are like on pay-per-view, right? And they've got absolutely no business being there. They do not feel like big deals at all. Like Van Hammer, for instance, right? Van Hammer at no point in WCW's history feels like a big deal. But yet they're trying to push him, and the only thing they're doing to push him is have him beat like the lowest of lower mid-card guys during piss break matches on Nitro and Thunder, right? That's like all he's doing. And because of that, he's not getting over. And same thing with like Mikey Whipwreck. Like, we think of Mikey Whipwreck, we think of like, you know, ECW and stuff like that. But he did have a brief stint in WCW, and he was not utilized at all. But they were like expecting us to care about it, you know? And it's just not going to happen because, point blank, they will not get over if you don't utilize them well, you know? They need to be utilized in stuff that plays to their strengths. And if you're not doing that, then they're just collecting a check, you know? Then they're just collecting checks. And that's not remarkable. It's not. It's just not. You should give him a star on the top of his head, LOL. Well, we do have a spot that's along the hairline. This is like an oval. Who you calling Pinhead? All right, Pinhead. Your time is up. You should... but also, these long title reigns, I think, actually devalue the titles a bit. They don't go anywhere, so they're a prop. I wouldn't mind it as much if they were defended more often, right? Like, if they were more at the focal point of, like, you know, characters. But a lot of the time, they just aren't, you know? Long reigns don't mean anything if the title is not consistently front and center, you know? It doesn't mean anything if they're not front and center. Like, a lot of people don't look back on, like, Maxwell Jacob Friedman's, like, world title run with much fondness, because, you know, it kind of it petered out pretty heavily towards the end. But, you know, the title was always the focus of MJF's character, you know? And even if he wasn't defending it, you know, it was still like the focal point of him, right? It was still like his focal point. That he was gonna, you know, hold the belt throughout the entire year and try to take it to WWE, you know? Also, chat, we gotta run an ad, I'm sorry.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw was on after this. I will continue. Actually, I think, hold on. Okay, I guess we're watching Gitsy.
Final Doom from Williams is a game that chews
Oh my
you
God,
up
this
and
one.
spits you out. Like
It's
any
basically
Doom
just
game,
Gunther.
Final Doom
He's a
is
champion
invincible,
first. Most anyone else doesn't feel like it. Lord knows Roman and Seth don't
impenetrable.
right now.
We're going to try to be clever for the rest of this review.
No, they don't.
Don't have a cow once you figure out what we're saying. Final Doom is just more of the same old Doom
For
shoot 'em
example,
up
I'm impressed
action
with the
that
Ring
has
General
spawned
defending his
countless
IC
clones
title.
in the video game industry. The same Doom enemies that inhabited all the other Doom games of this Doom series are also in this Doom game. Doom it, we're sick of all these Doom bloody games with more Doom gunshots in 1 minute than we would
I
otherwise
personally like
hear
to
in a
see Rhea
lifetime.
with both women's
We're
titles,
sick of
thus
all the
being
Doom groans
undisputed
of the
women's
dead
champion.
demons and the people
I
you
feel like
must
that would
shoot in
just
the game.
immediately just
Hello,
kinda-
Mario.
These games
Hey,
make you
Razor,
Doom
what's up?
crazy, especially since they're so Doom hard.
Since they're so
Normally, challenge
Doom
is good,
hard.
but not in this Doom game. Hardcore Doomers will be in Doom Nirvana.
Hardcore
The game's
Doomers,
actually
chat.
3 games in 1.
Chat.
Master levels from the
Chat,
internet,
type
Plutonia,
yeet if you're a
and TNT.
hardcore Doomer.
All are extremely difficult. Hidden in the instruction booklet is a password that
Please.
gives you all of the game's weapons. But even with that little gem, you will fail.
Please type
miserably.
yeet if you're a
Don't
hardcore
worry,
Doomer.
We're not going to doom Williams.
Hold on.
But let's just say it's time to put this series to rest. Of course, we may end up eating crow once Doom 64 comes out. And I mean Doom as in
Should they
Doom
separate
in
the
that
tags?
instance. If you think that all these Dooms are bad, wait
I'm
till
a
you
casual
find out what
Doomer,
BFG
people-
stands for.
people
the
said.
BFG 9000 is the biggest gun in the game.
Considering Doom is
If
a
Williams
boomer
sees this
shooter.
segment, they will either A, laugh at all the Dooms, B,
Nom nom
put
nom.
us on
Oh,
their
excuse
to-do
me, we're
list,
back, my
Put
dudes.
us on
C,
their to-do
doom us to
list.
Hades,
Hey,
or
welcome back
D,
to Raw.
not do one Doom thing.
This actually took us all the way, dude. This took us all the way to the end. Wow. That's incredible. That's incredible, dude. George Wood basically coined boomer and doomer. Well, what about gloomers? What are gloomers? Hold on. Gloomers are essentially like the same thing as like doomers, you know? Oh, 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 chat. I found a Reddit thing, and you know, I'm not one to take like Reddit's advice on anything, but this is, I feel like this is me. I feel like this is me, in more ways than one. I'm gonna do you want to see like the soy jack Venn diagram for like gloomers? Here, real quick. I'll show you it real quick. Here it is. I saw straight edge, incapable of physically expressing emotion, and leftist or fascist, probably both. And I don't know. I'm identifying with this. Not the fascist part. Not the fascist part. Not the fascist part. But definitely leftist part. Abandons all of his artistic endeavors. His extremely rich inner world forms his only escape from chronic anhedonia. What's that? It's a lack of interest, enjoyment, or pleasure from oh boy. No academic or career aspirations, likely has an entry-level job, not a misogynist, good diet, skincare, and sleep schedule, exercises regularly. That's not it. I mean, I will say that the extremely rich inner world, comfortable doing nothing in the moment, but feels intense dread for every way. No, dude, not a misogynist. Why can't that just be normal? Why can't that just be normal? Dude, I don't think that this is hell no. Dude, I'm like identifying with this scarily hard. I gotta press X to doubt if you have to say it. Oh no, chat. Chat, don't say it. Don't say yeet if there's hope for me. Don't say yeet if there's hope for me, chat. Stev, what? No yeet. Stev, what? Ashley, what? What is it? Stev, there's hope for you. No, and listen, I'm playing it up. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. I'm fine. I'm playing it up. I'm okay. You're identifying hard for a reason. Oh yeah? Oh yeah. Yeah, I am. The 22-year-old gloomer. Well, I'm 24. So, let's retaliate by not mentioning this anymore. 24, so old. Dude, 22, entry-level job? That's just a 22-year-old, you know? Every time someone says yee, I think of the Yee dinosaur video. Yee! God, I wish I was 24 again. Wait till you're 31 to say so old. Are you 31, Doomslayer? Are you on the to-doom list? I'll throw you. Sag, I'm 31. You're all so old. You're all old. Ew. Get in the retirement home, chat. Maybe put on twitch.tv/giraffestev when you get in there. Stev, I'll throw you too. Just make sure you put on twitch.tv/giraffestev when you get into the home. I know everyone in there will love it. All the fucking geriatrics, they can't reach the remote, but they won't even want to anyway because they'll be so mesmerized by Shining Wizard here. Speaking of, we need to continue making him, chat. I think that we're good on the mask, right? I think we're good on, like, the mask, right? I think that's good, yeah. His neck is long. We can all suplex him at the same time. It's gonna take all of you to suplex me at the same time in order to even get me off the ground. Shining Wizard needs sweet chin music as a finisher. Not canon. That can be a signature, but his finisher is something else. And I'll tell you what it is once we get to it. But first, we gotta do a couple things, chat. And while we do those couple things, I'm gonna put on music. Also, chat, if you are in my Discord server, I literally have a place in there for you to suggest music, right? It's like play on stream, because I'm always looking for like new music to play on here because I get bored of the selection kind of quick. I get bored of the selection a little quick. Is it the Shining Wizard by chance? Oh girl, just you wait. We're not even at the best part of all this yet. We need the facial parts. We need to have like the landing strip. That's whoa, chat. We stumble upon gold within like the first 10 seconds. Within the first 10 seconds, we stumbled upon gold. That's crazy. Anyway, what about this? It's a good contender. I don't know. That one just feels like a bet gone wrong. Nah, this one's the good one. Hell yeah, brother. Okay. We need, like... We need the right shade of brown for him. What's, like, the correct shade, though? It's like burgundy. It's not what we want. It's yellowish. There you go. That's what we want. He has no highlights. But does he have the shine? Let's see. Wow. That's like plastic, dude. That looks like a bad piercing now. That's crazy. He has to shine hard. Does he need to like shine in all aspects, chat? Is that what we need to do? Do we need to like have him shine in all aspects? Yes, okay. Noted. That's what we'll do then. He's gotta have the mohawk, chat. Let's see if we got any. This is where we'll find kind of like spiky hair. Because we need the spiky hair. Okay, well that's just Super Saiyan. Get those parts at the same time. What? Wait, did I? No. No, dude, no. No. Okay, good. Good.
Hello, Mario.
There's a bit. I thought that we just lost something there. Hey, Fizziam, how you doing? What's your name? Stan? Stan. Sweet chin music to Stan. See, I just kicked Stan. That's like the 70s Meltzer cut. Wow. Oh man. Let's see. No. That one's gonna be crazy. I love how he has the Goku hair. Now Stan is the chairman. Absolutely cooked. Let's see. I feel like that we're just gonna have to settle for one of these, chat. I don't think we're gonna get what I want out of this. No, that's not close at all. Not this, right here. I'm gonna put the one you selected. Oh no, that's not happening. You might need to recolor one of Mysterio's masks. You might need to. I honestly might need to, but the thing is, when he's out the ring, when he's like out of the ring, he has like normal hair. Rather, like the hair he has right there is just his hair. You know? It's like just his hair. No. Yeah. Physium. Hopefully you had a good day at work, my friend. Let's see here. Oh no, chat. The hopes are dying. The hopes are dying. Chat. It was a pretty chill work day. Nice. Happy to hear, dude. This is pretty. Man, that's one hairline. If I've ever seen one. It's gotta be like combed back, right? Gotta be like slicked back. Hi, Henway. I love the follow-up part. Yeah, exactly. I'm actually not sure if he's going to take the mask off in cutscenes. Exactly. So chat, I think the smart thing for us to do is to actually just leave this alone for a bit, right? We'll go ahead. We'll fucking, Ow. We'll fucking do this. Ow. Dang it. Why are you all so gross? Why are you all so gross? Do I need to...
Nothing beats it.
Ow! I actually can't, see him now.
Spare serotonin, please.
Alright, serotonin time.
Spare serotonin, please.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, we had Chipotle for dinner. Wait! If you stack serotonin on top of each other, it like cancels it out. The ring is stuck on my end. Sorry, we had Chipotle.
Ring around the long boy's neck, ladies and gentlemen. Step on up. Come on. Let's go.
Ah, you suck.
Oh, you missed.
So
or
like,
maybe you didn't.
Oh.
You owe me $10 either way.
I don't care about this. Ooh. I think that's good for me. I'm glad Shining Wizard survived the explosion. He needs to. He needs to if he wants to show the fuck up. And be the best version of himself. By the way, we still have like a lot of people still in chat. Thank you very much for like sticking around, everybody. Thank you for sticking around. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it while you watch me fuck. I hope everyone in chat knows that every time we do this, every time you like
Tobal number 1 is a
post
shockingly
Gitsy,
inferior game. There, we've said it.
There,
No bones
he
about
says it. He says it like it's a controversial
statement.
statement.
US and premier PlayStation title seems like a rushed job of the worst kind. The graphics look unfinished. The tournament mode won't take too long to conquer.
Most
and the
normal
play
giraffe
control
step
stinks.
stream, lol. Actually,
Most
yeah,
fighting
it
games
actually
use
is.
the up button
This was
on
the
the
chat
control
version
pad
of
for
Cat
jumping, but
Zoomies.
Tobal
We
uses
just go
L,
nuts with
which is
the
an awkward
themes.
button to begin with, and is hardly
I need to
ever
make
used
more
in
of them.
games.
I honestly need
Your
to make
kicks
more
and
of them.
punches don't often connect with the
I said it many
enemy when you're right in
times,
front of them.
but I would like
It's
to
hard
make
to move
more
around the
versions
arena.
of the
Need I go on? The
of
quest
the
mode has the worst control of
Big
all.
Keverdeen.
Like Batman Forever. Strange, funky, complex, hard to memorize.
Hello,
and
Mario.
totally ridiculous button
Hey Shoujo, how you
combinations are
doing?
required to perform
How dare
even
my
the
adopted
simplest
mother
of
is a
actions.
cat? What now?
To simply stop running,
You talking about
must
Lumi?
press R1 rather than just letting go of the
I thought
control
this was
pad.
just.
Who the heck let that one slip
I thought that was
by?
just how the streams go.
The weak play
50%
control,
redeems,
which gets a
50%
1 on a scale
wrestle.
of 10, makes the entire game worthy of the scrap heap. The quest mode, where you explore a 3D
No.
dungeon,
Well,
is
then what
fun
are you
to
talking
play,
about?
But it's fairly simple to figure out. The play
I'm sorry,
control
man. My
makes it
mind,
hard, though.
my mind
It's
is there and
break
then it's
time.
gone. Also, we
Where
gotta
the
do an
heck's the
ad.
Cheetos,
And
my
once you
dudes?
die,
Marvel's on
you
after this.
die. You have one life, and that's it. Getting back to graphics, although they are 3D, they are remarkably undetailed and basic looking, hardly convincing as futuristic. Yet the opening cinema scene is absolutely outstanding. Just another
Outstanding,
example of
eh?
a PlayStation game with superficial fluff
Hum's
hiding
all
a
the
piece of
Cheetos,
junk
huh?
inside.
I need to
We
make one of the
haven't given
throwables a
review this
Cheeto.
bad since, well, maybe never. But I don't think we've ever played a game this bad before. It seems
Flex
Square is
Music, thank you
truly
for following.
square
You're now a member
in
of the
the
Long
head.
Boy Club for life.
Blockheads.
Thank you very much. Hopefully you
Okay,
are having a
that's
good
our
night.
weak attempt at a joke. But seriously, don't even rent this game.
Don't even look at it.
The game is totally unacceptable for even die-hard
My dude, he's
street
saying that
fighting
this
fans.
is.
There's not much
He's
more
saying
we can
this is
say.
stunning.
We've actually covered everything. The game is too short as well.
He's saying this is
as if
stunning.
it wasn't
I just
bad
got
enough already.
the strangest
The
two
ending to the
Japanese
tournament
ads
mode
ever.
is the same for every character, except for who walks
Oh,
down
yeah?
the red carpet to receive the trophy. That, of course, depends on the character. Duh.
Oh,
Here's an uncut ending with a different character. Notice how it's the same.
Notice how it's the same, chat. I mean, not bad for the years. I mean, like, you know, it's like PS1 cutscene, you know? You get what... That was like PS1 penis music, chat. That was PS1-ist music. It looks better than Kong. You know, it does. It does. It does look better than Donkey Kong Country. Honestly. I can't believe they put PS1-ist music in that game, whatever it was.
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Well, I was referring to Soma, but I think that's less mother energy and instead Oshi energy. Okay, so chat, level with me. Is your Oshi like an idol? Right? Is that like meant to be an idol? Is that meant to be someone that you look up to? Correct. Okay. Switch over to Animal Crossing music. I'll be real, I don't know what it means. I didn't know what it meant either, honestly. Okay, we need to zoom in on the eyes here. These are like honestly close to the color that we want anyways. There we go. That's what we want. That's crazy as fuck, dude. That's actually insane. Oshi in itself means to support or push. So like a peep you want to push to succeed. Am I an Oshi type, chat? Am I an Oshi type? Have I got the energy for you? Damn right. Aw. Well, you know what? I am honored. I am honored. I try not to be like too like, you know, into that sort of thing. I try not to be like, you know, kind of like overt with that sort of stuff. Because I'm nothing special. You know, I'm just a fucking dude. But I do appreciate that, like, I mean, right now, we have, like, over, like, 10 people in chat, right? I don't know how many it is, but I know we have, like, over 10. And to me, that's unfathomable, you know? Like, even, like, even just 2 years ago, I would have struggled to hit 6 maximum, right? I would have struggled to hit 6 maximum. And, you know, just kind of thinking about where I am now, I'm not like the biggest fish in the ocean. But I do appreciate, like, you know, everyone's consistent support. I genuinely think that, like, this community is one of the coolest in the entire fucking, like, VTuber sphere. Right? Because, like, a lot of you stick around for, like, a lot of the stream. And that is not something I expect anyone to do. That's not something I expect anyone to do.
Serotonin,
Nor should
please.
anybody. Oh, I need the serotonin so I can formulate what I'm thinking here. Thank you. I don't know if I can help it. What was I even saying? Oh yeah, I was talking about how you guys tend to stick around. Yeah, like, you know, You know, asking anyone to stick around anyone's stream for like multiple hours on end, that's a huge ask, you know? That's a huge ask to ask of anybody. But yet I can confidently say that a lot of you guys do that. A lot of you guys are here from like start to end. It looks just like you, but a shorter neck. Okay, wait, hold on. Brain processing. Why? What? Hold on. Hold on. Why you say that? Stev, come on. I don't even say that one regular. What now? You're legit one of the naturally most funny charismatic streamers out there, and you aren't even trying half the time. I'm really not. I mean, I'm just a dude. I'm just a guy. But you know, I've gotten more comfortable in my own skin, and that counts for a lot. You know, it counts for so fucking much. And I appreciate having a community like this, because even though we're not the biggest fish in this pond, I do think that we're one of the coolest. Because, you know, not only do you guys like stick around the stream, but sometimes when we raid, I'll like see a lot of you stay there in like, you know, the chat of the person that we raided, and you know, actually like interacting with them for like a few minutes, or even like, you know, an hour sometimes. You guys need to like know that that makes a streamer's day. You know? That's fucking everything. That's what anyone hopes for whenever a raid happens. And even though no one is owed anything here, right? Like I'm not owed shit, right? I'm not owed shit just because I come on here and do a thing. But just, I don't know. It's so cool. It's so cool to me. It's the coolest thing to me. You're not just a dude, you're Giraffe-Stev. Recognize. Acknowledge me. Yeah. Fucking acknowledge me. This is one of my favorite babyface promos for sure. Is that just a thing now? Great. What? I'm sorry, I'm like, my brain is just like going at like 100 miles an hour right now. But yeah, the bottom line is, you guys are fucking awesome. And, you know, if I don't say that enough, then I need to. I need to. Because you are. You really, really are. And I am very appreciative that you would spend any amount of time here on my stream. Because, you know, like, everyone is so fucking busy these days. I should know. I'm busy all the time. I'm busy. If I'm not working on stuff with stream, I'm at my day job. If I'm not at my day job or working on stuff on stream, I'm doing stuff around my house. Right? Giraffes don't rest, chat. Giraffes don't rest. And they really should sometimes. But, yeah. I don't know. Just appreciate you guys. Just appreciate you guys a lot. I do. I really, really do. And you know, as we're coming up on 2 years of doing this, actually been having a shit week. So like, we appreciate you. I'm so glad YouTube recommended the CM Punk Road to WrestleMania video for me. The fact that you followed based on that, I'll be honest, is a huge ego boost. Because it tells me that I can keep someone's attention for like hours at a time. Right? For a streamer, that's like a huge ego boost. That's like the biggest compliment that a streamer can hope to get. Because point blank, not many people can do it. I do really hard with watching streamers, but with you, it's such a joy. Really? You guys are making me blush now. You guys are making me blush now. No, even though, like, you know, my output isn't always what I want it to be, know that I'm always trying to give you my best. I'm never not trying my best. Believe that. And believe that. Believe that, brug. Is the blue strap just not here? What is this? You have the proper energy level for someone like me. Sometimes for my own friend's stream, I can't stay the whole time. Don't tell them that. Nah, it's okay. Again, it's a big ask. Big ask for anyone. Do not blame anyone for, like, you know, dipping from the stream partway through. Because it's a huge commitment. But yeah. I'm basically repeating myself at this point. But just know that I appreciate all of you. And, you know, even if I don't get, like, massive at all at any point, I at least can hang my head on knowing that I've cultivated something that has connected with at least a few people. Because that is not nothing. You know? It's not nothing. Thank you. Those roses are for you, chat. Those roses are for you. More roses. More roses. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy crap, dude. You guys, like, bought out the entire, like, flower shop for me. You guys bought out the entire Ow. Ow.
For life.
Hello, Mario.
Hello, unknown player 123123. How are you? Okay, let's see here. I think we got, should we put, like, a little vest on him? Anyway, we need to, anyway, we need an RKO redeemed for reasons. I would love it if we could, like, make it so that, like, it pulls me down, right? I think that would be sick as hell. I think that'd be sick as fuck. Do we have ones that are like little towels or something? Oh wait, I know what I was gonna do. I know exactly what I was gonna do with this. Do we have wings? Oh yeah, we do. Yeah, we fucking do. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. We can't go all the way with them, but that's okay. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Aw, chat, we're so back. We are so back. We're so back, dude. Check the ears again. Oh, yeah. That's right, the ears. We're kind of making the Equestria Girls version of him. Not quite, but we're kind of doing it. I mean, like horse ears. It's like cat ears. This is not what we want. Dog ears. Goblin ears? What? What? OMG, you gotta have the Judgment Day video as your Titantron because of the purple wings. Oh, you're so right, though. You're so right. Also, chat, I don't think that the horse ears are happening. Create Brock Lesnar. Can you download him because I created two versions of him? One Brock Lesnar create him because I'm a big fan. I will probably not be doing that, man. Sorry. Thank you, mods. Right, let's see, do we have... I want to see if we got Tails. I gotta head to bed right now, but I'm glad I joined the stream for a bit. You stay for like multiple hours, dude. It's a long time. You go sleep, okay? Thanks a bunch. Okay, do we have, like, Tails or something? Kinda. It's like a cattail, though, right? It's like a cattail. That's not really what we want. It's not really what we want, chat. What about bottoms? Do you have anything with that? Maybe we don't need to, like, make it entirely accurate. I feel like if we go too far in one direction, then we kind of lose the plot a little bit. If you make it brown, it might be close enough. Let's see. Horse or nothing. Noted. Let's check. Okay. I just look like I had the Tanuki leaf from Mario. Sorta? I don't know. This gives off cat vibes. This is not the vibe I want. I think no tail works better, TVH. I think it does too. Especially if we go, like, this direction here. This isn't horse. This is devil. And we're not the devil. That's MJF. Let's see something here. Pick pads, belts, bottoms. I think that we're good on this bit, chat. First off, let's make sure that... Okay. Copy attire. See if we can have the wings over here. Yes, we can. He can be your devil or your Pegasus. Or your Pegasus. He's not quite to the point where I want him to be. But I feel like he's gonna have to do. He's gonna have to do with his weird fighting style. Alright, here we go. Sinning Wizard? Sinning Wizard. That's his heel name. The wizard who sins. So that's what Wizard Beer does to you. Shining Wizard. Shinning. Shh, you want to get sued? You got the shinning. Shine Whiz. Shine Whiz. Here you go. No! That's not what I want! That's not what I want. Go back here. Shining Wizard. There you go. No. His name is not the superstar. Shinning Devil, he puts a spell on you. He becomes Danhausen. We have Shining in here. Do we have Shining in here? Probably don't, but it's worth checking. Shibata. Ah, no. Not the wizard. Let's see the wizard, chat. We gotta have the wizard in here, right? Wizard. You don't have the wizard in here? Good lord. This is lame, dude. We can't do terrible game. F minus minus. For real. For real, though. How about this? How about the horse? The horseman. Yeah, boo this game. We can do the horseman. They must at least have Stev. I can almost promise you they don't. Even then, you know, the name's not Stev, it's Shining Wizard for him. Stud. You got Steve, Steven, Stevens, Stevenson. And two different versions of the other Steven. But not Stev. You know what? If all else fails, I'm fine with the horseman. Homer, Holmes. This game sucks. This sucks. This sucks ass. No Steveson, huh? Rip Gable. Have you seen that video of Gable Steveson fucking like doing a flip for no reason? I literally retweeted it and I was like, is this guy like the stupidest wrestler of all time? The drive of competitive sportsmanship encourages the superstar to follow the rules of the match. Oh, where is Horseman? Oh, where's Horseman from? Let's see. Desperate. I'd say he's very perseverant, especially given what me and Sax wrote about him. Bold. He's aggressive. He's very aggressive. Not necessarily loyal. Take on stacked odds without hesitation. Prideful. Bold. Where's he from, chat? Let's find fictional places. We got Asgard, Camelot, Chroma City, the city of Atlantis. The edge of reality? I looked up which state in the US has most horses and it's Texas. Camelot is actually great. El Dorado. Every man's nightmare. The fifth dimension. I don't like Limbo. Mustache Mountain. No way, go for El Dorado. Make your case, One Ponytail. Out of this world. Overseas. Parts unknown. Standing 7 feet tall. He's not. Stillwater. Valhalla. Your darkest fears. You guys want El Dorado? Okay, let's do it. Your darkest fears. Valhalla or El Dorado? I'm a big fan of your darkest fears, chat. That's a good shout. It's a pretty good shout. Who are you? Who is he, chat? Oh hell yeah, front row. Let's see. A new breed, I like that. My first ECW event. I submit. I paid big for this. Big time action. My first WCW event is good. Where is it? There it is. I like that. We gotta do Slim Jims. Okay, so chat. A very unknown part about Shining Wizard's lore is that he has a Pringles sponsorship. I think now he's got a Slim Jim sponsorship. He's got to pay off. He's got to pay it off. He's Pony Pringles. Yeah. What would their flavors be? I hate to imagine. I think sour cream and onion would still fit, though. Horses eat onions sometimes, right? A horse selling what is essentially horse meat? I guess so. Yeah, you know what? That's fucked up. That makes it, that like adds to the comedy. Sev wasn't able to get that Slim Jim sponsor, but Shining was. What a world. Listen. Slim Jim is just too scared. That's why they stole my gimmick, brother. They stole my gimmick. Why does that I made a sign look like I made Asian? Pick a better font, 2K. Wait, where is that? Where's that? I made, it kinda does. The kerning is a little odd, isn't it? You need to make a lore video for Shining Wizard one of these days. I do. One thing. It's like on my bucket list of things I need to do at some point. It's like on my bucket list of things to do. Who's coming out next? The guy behind me can't see is one of my personal favorites, chat. I want to do this. I'm socially awkward is kind of fire. Oh man, there's so many new contenders. You know what? I like... Whoa, Mr. Cool!
Hello, Mario.
With the Long Boys, NBs, girls, and AGs. Thank you very much for bringing your lovely community on over here, Mr. Cool. For those of you who are unaware,
Hello,
my name is
Mario.
Giraffe Stev. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Tonight, we are making my little character up there. That is Shining Wizard. That is my Pony OC, who's also a wrestler, and he is being made into a wrestler in WWE 2K24. We're gonna put him through his paces in career mode, and it's gonna be a whole lot of fun. This is awesome. Yeah, it will be awesome. You should follow, because it's gonna be awesome. I will say, the rest of this stream is going to be just us creating this guy, but we've been having a lot of fun so far. We've had laughs, we've had heartfelt moments. We've had a lot of cool stuff. But first though, Mr. Cool, hopefully your stream went well, my friend. If you got a dip, that is perfectly fine. If anyone needs to dip, that is A-okay. But I would appreciate a follow nonetheless, because pretty soon it's going to be my 2-year anniversary as a VTuber. And we are... It went. I had fun. LOL. Okay, an hour passed, so I ask again. You doing okay? I'm like, I mean, I can say right now that I'm socially awkward. I mean, like, listen, my sign says so. Where is it? Where's the sign? I love how it has the Twitter color too. I made Asian. It really does look like that. It does. You like made the race of Asian. It went. I had fun. LOL. What were some that you played? Because, you know, if you listen, if you were like a kid in like, what fucking year was it? Like in probably like 2009-ish. If you were a kid then and you weren't on Cool Math Games at some point, what were you even doing? Right? Plasma Burst. I will say, hold on, let me... Plasma Burst. It's on crazygames.com. Oh, wow. Oh, it's one of these. Okay. We play Papa's fucking Pizzeria. Let's fucking go. Yes. Yes, that I'm down with. I'm down with that shit. If you didn't try it out at least once when you were a kid, what were you even doing? Right? What were you even doing, chat? What were you doing? I think... Isn't it, like, on Steam now? Yeah, it's definitely one of those, but honestly, it went hard as hell. It did! It did! It actually went hard as fuck. Isn't it, like, on Steam now? Isn't it, like, a full, like, retail game? I'm actually still achievement hunting in Freezeria Deluxe. Okay, yeah. It takes the form of, like, Deluxe. Okay. No, only Freezeria Deluxe is the only one on Steam. We just played that hangar one where you have to Spider-Man swing across the level. I already forgot what it's called. Did you play, like... Did you play the one that has, like... The little, alien running through a tube? Because that's what I think of immediately when I think of Cool Math. I think of the alien running through the tube. He's Wake. The Wake class is this, chat. He's a relatively... Changing this custom... Yeah, it's fine. We're gonna be doing stuff with him anyways. Body type in Wake class. Wait, what happened? Oh! Oh, I forgot the size thing here. He is not a large guy at all, chat. This is him. Right there. Well, we play some shitty stickman sniper games. Those are like the best ones, though. Right? Those are like the best ones to, like... to, like, just fucking do a thing with. But horses are big. But listen, it's My Little Pony, right? He's a little horse. They're so horribly edgy. I love them too. Honestly. Honestly, I love them too. He's a high flyer, for sure. He's got the comeback stat right there. Oh wait, we need to like balance him real quick. I think that's...
Hello, Mario.
Hey, Devin, how you doing? One of my favorite things from, like, old internet is, like, a thing that has, like, Limp Bizkit, right? And they're just, like, doing a show, and, like, Slipknot comes in to, like, kill Fred Durst, and it's, like, one of the most over-the-top things of all time. Like, they fucking hated Limp Bizkit for some reason, and they love Slipknot. Even though they're in the same genre. It's not like Slipknot was coming in to, like, kill NSYNC. They were coming in to kill one of their own. I can't believe we have to suffer with new metal on new metal violence. Like this. It's such a huge problem. New metal on new metal violence needs to stop, chat. They didn't know how good they had it. They didn't. No. Because, like, that was the last time, like, metal was, like, big. Now, he's got big leg power, chat. Big leg power. Got that running offense. Aerial offense is also there. They were lost in the sauce. They were. They were so fucking lost. Power submission offense. Technical submission offense. Dealt by technical submissions. What's the difference between power and technical submission? That I need to know. Aerial reversal, I think, is pretty good. The leg durability, I think, is, like, buffed up, right? Power submission defense? Red Durst was actually a playable character in a SmackDown game. He was! He was. Have you seen that video of Slipknot talking about the Beatles? I've not. I've not seen the video of Slipknot talking about the Beatles. Recover from an attack. I think that it's 55 at best, chat. How fast they are climbing the turnbuckle. The movement speed, that's also pretty good. 81 overall, chat, that's what we're talking about. Do they talk shit about the Beatles? Wait, do they talk shit about the Beatles? I put it in the funnies and haha channel on Discord, haha. Hold on. I'll put it on the background real quick. Put it on the background real quick. Let me go and grab it. Google says that power submissions tend to focus on just applying your strength in a specific way. Like a bear hug. Technical submissions are more about applying pressure in a certain way. More about applying pressure in a certain way. What is this?
I want to say Paul McCartney called us shit knot.
I don't know, because I don't really fucking care.
I love how it ends.
I want to say Paul McCartney called us shit knot.
I don't know.
Oh wait, hold on. I wanna make sure y'all can hear it real quick.
Because I don't really fucking care.
I want to say Paul McCartney called us shit knot.
I don't know, because I don't really fucking care.
That's like how they released Shark Sandwich. That's like how Spinal Tap released Shark Sandwich. And there's a clip of them being like, they only let the one word review, shit sandwich. that's what that reminds me of. I love the sound effect that they like play at the end.
I don't really fucking care.
Oh. He just plays into a tuba. That's his mask. Like, there's not even like a reliable thing to say. Oh yeah, they called them shit knot. Is there like when he said oog, I really felt that. I felt that too. That was life-changing, chat. Anyway, hold on. I think that this is about as good as we're gonna get, chat. Now, on to the next chapter. We spent so much time here. But now we're finally moving on. Finally moving on to the next part. But I don't want to upload him just yet. I'll upload Shining Wizard later. Now we need to make his moveset, chat. Now we gotta make his moveset. Custom moveset. Hold on a sec. Moves, paybacks, and attributes of superstars and custom guys on the roster. Yes. There he is. Okay, so stream cut out for the longest time. That was weird. Wait. Did we cut out? Did we cut out, chat? Just for them, all good here. Not on my end. It's weird. So, here's the thing, chat. Here's the thing. animation. If you attempt to lift a heavy opponent using a normal grapple attack, alternative weight detection grapple will take its place. Yeah, same. Running smooth over here. Damn. Some combos. So, like, while this is all cool, chat, what we really care about is... We don't really care about, like, you know... like, how he punches, right? What we care about, first and foremost, is this. Man, you can have 5 signatures in this game, chat. You can have a lot of moves. We need, like, a super kick here. A super kick of some kind. Sweet chin music. Boom. There you go. But the spent pin. I like that. Is there one that's just super kick? Yeah, there's one that's just super kick. Oh, I like that. So where's the special where you summon the powers of the underworld to steal the opponent's next size and add it to your own? That comes later. That comes later. We gotta make some progress in the game first before we get to that point. Wait, does this like go into like a... It's like a moonsault? No, it doesn't. Holy crap, I like that. I love the chill Animal Crossing music while you're beating the shit out of people. I want to make more, I want to have more, like, just kind of, chill tracks in here for us to, like, just vibe to while I'm doing stuff that's not, like, exciting. Because otherwise it's music like this. Otherwise it's music like this. And I don't know, I just don't think that fits for like what we're going for here. This isn't a chill, rather this isn't a chaotic shout in your face all night session. This right here is one that is for the entire family. It's one that's for every single man, woman, child, before Mr. Anakin Skywalker comes in here and kills all of them. Not just the My Little Men, but the My Little Women and the My Little Children, too, have been killed. Alright, so we need, like, the Ungular Upsetter. And chat, the Ungular Upsetter, is that called the... is that the name for the super kick? Now, of course, chat. What the fuck is this? Oh. Now, like with every single one of these, we gotta have a neck breaker, chat. We gotta have a neck breaker. I think it's that one. Hold on. That's the one, right there. No, the super kick is the equine equalizer. Okay, well, what is an ungulate upsetter? What the fuck is that? That's crazy. I'm gonna turn this music off. It's not really the best for this. What about ID Purpose? I can fuck to this. The neck breaker can be called the Racetrack Crash. We need one that's like called the Sonic Rain Boom, right? The Stallion Slam, the Bronco Buster. Oh, the Bronco Buster would be the Stallion Slam, wouldn't it? Remember, Canadian Destroyers are only transition moves now. Broski Boot. The Bronco Buster for sure. Let's see. I love that. I love that. I love this. What the hell is that? That's sick. Woo! I'm a fan of that one. I like them. I like where he spins out. What's his shining wizard gonna be called? That is X-Pac. I like the one where it's like this. Where he like rolls backwards and up on his feet again. That's sick. Alright. We need one that's like called the Rain Boom or the Sonic Rain Boom or something like that, chat. I just realized this music is very loud. This sets the opponent up for a top rope move. You're right. You're so right. I like how the machine gun bronze train. The Sonic Rain Boom can be the Canadian Destroyer, or is that just called the Code Red? Let's see. Oh no. No, there's the Canadian Destroyer. The Rain Boom. But what it... Well, you know what? Oh god, it fits. It does, doesn't it? Have him do a shooting star press if we want. What did we just put on him, chat? Okay, we can have one of his ringside finishers be a super kick. I can live with that. I want a bunch of epic SIGs.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Alright, chat. Well, while I figure that out, we're gonna run an ad real quick.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Rob rolls on after this. I'm just gonna go ahead and play, like, the most ill-fitting music right now. Until we come back from break. But I can't even do the thing I want to do here. I can't even do it. I can't do it, chat.
Like Illusion of Gaia, Earthbound comes packed with a load of hints if you need them. Earthbound is an easy RPG.
Let's fucking
but Nintendo
go.
wanted the game to be easy, so it provides
Let's
constant,
fucking go,
uninterrupted
chat.
fun. Earthbound has so many comic elements to it that
That's
Nintendo
the best
doesn't want
one,
you to
the
give up on the
kickback.
game and never see those funny scenes. Earthbound is the first RPG to be set in modern times. You
Is there a
your
Canadian
progress by
destroyer
calling
that you
your
can do
dad
on
over
the outside,
telephone
chat?
and refill your energy by eating pizza. Speaking of pizza, you can play the game with your left hand and eat pizza in the other, since the game can be controlled with the L button, which lets you talk and check, otherwise known as search, and the control pad to move. Prepare to visit several places. A clubhouse, arcade,
burger shop. I kept both versions in that have this weird, that have like the audio just dip. I also have the one where it's like not mixed properly. I like the chiropractor finisher. As an Earthbound fan, should I be offended by this? LMAO. I mean, listen, it's gaming in the Clinton years. What are you missing? You know? Okay, I was gonna say, oh shit, my audio cut out. No, it's fine. It's fine. I put that in there on purpose. By the way, speaking of on purpose,
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. I made a Discord server on purpose. You should go and join that. We have a very fun time over there. We are currently watching My Little Pony Friendship's Magic. In fact, everything from Generation 4 right now. We will be continuing that next weekend. This weekend, though, I'm just kind of wanting to vibe and chill out, like in the voice call. We talk a lot about wrestling over there. We talk a lot about gaming. I try to be more in I try to be in voice calls more often. Yeah, and I will obviously have like notifications over there whenever I'm going live and shit like that. Come and join us. It's very, very fun over there. I would love to have you over there. Also, my socials. I may as well do that right now while I have everybody here. My socials. You can find my other stuff here. My Twitter, my TikTok, my YouTube channel, my archive YouTube channel. You can find that all right over there. I would appreciate you following me on those platforms. Subbing, some equivalent. whatever that site's equivalent is. I would really appreciate it. If you like wrestling, especially if you like wrestling, I think that you'll have a fun time with my streams and my content in general. Yeah, I would really appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who is here right now. Let's see. You also get access to the Hello Mario sound to use in any voice call if you have Nitro. If no Nitro, then it's just accessible in Step Server. That's right. Submissions. Okay, by power, offense, or technical submission offense attributes. Okay. I don't think the standing shooting star press is what we want out of this guy, right? I don't think we want that out of him. Running super kick is pretty good. Oh, that's good. I like that. Airplane spin. Airplane spin. Hold on. Let's try it. I don't think he's strong enough for this though. He's like a little guy, you know? He's like a little guy. He's not like muscular. Can you do a Canadian destroyer on the outside? You can do a Canadian backbreaker. Canadian backbreaker. A splash to make use of the wings, perhaps? Maybe. What? Huh? Okay. Let's see. He can be little and strong like Chad Gable or Austin Theory. Well, yeah, but like Chad Gable and Austin Theory are like noticeably ripped, right? Shining Wizard is not. We'll do that on the outside there. There you go. Neck breaker on the outside. Come on. Go ahead and get some appropriate music in here. What's like one that we said we really wanted to do? Oh, a splash. Splash, that's right. I mean... I want to do like a standing moonsault or something. Something where he's standing. Because the actual flight happens in a little bit. Oh, that's good, though. That's good. I like that. The Pegasus Plunge. I like that, yeah. Ew, no. His finisher is this, chat. Where's the coup de grace? We do... There's diving. There you go. This, right here. Overdrive? I like that. Does he have a submission? You can have 5 finishers in this game, chat. You see, because he like digs his hooves into like into his opponent, chat. You see. I feel like his finishers, aside from the overdrive, they all need to be like kind of extravagant, right? Do you not have the overdrive here? Oh wait, MVP's finisher is the overdrive. Hold on. It must be called something else. What is the name of MVP's finisher, chat? What's the name of it? Look up the chiropractor. Hold on. Was that a submission move? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh! That's gnarly. The playmaker. Okay. Look at this. It's just the overdrive. See? That's one of his finishers, chat. Now let's give him a submission to kind of round it out. Oh, the BME though. The BME's a good one. The Colt Crusher. That's the name of the... instead of the Calf Crusher. Alright, let's look at it. Okay, so like, listen. I'd agree. I would agree. But like... hold on. I would agree, but we need more moves that target the legs then. Right? We need more moves that target the legs. Camel clutch though, that's already a hooved animal. Very true. It's like a power submission thing though. We can give him the abdominal stretch. Anchor. Ankle lock. Shiki Baby was one thing. He was a strong man.
Fucking bullshit!
It's Billy Goat's curse. I like that. I'm a fan of that, chat. The lasso from El Paso, perhaps. I like Billy Goat's curse, honestly. I mean, it's literally named after... it's literally named after a hooved animal. What about bow and arrow? Oh! Gnarly surfboard. Butterfly lock? No. Cattle mutilation. Clover leaf. Have him be the clover leaf. The clutch. Code of silence. Ah, the El Dorado clover leaf. Boys, you guys know me. I'm a big fan of a crossface. I like a crossface here and there now. Dragon Sleeper? No. Dungeon Lock. That is gnarly. Wow. Elevated Boston Crab. Figure 4 Sharpshooter. Gory Special. Gory Special's a power move? Wow. Hammerlock. The Hurt Lock. Inverted Cloverleaf. How about that, chat? We call this the road to El Dorado. That looks nasty. It does, but not as nasty as that. Devastating. Devastating stuff. That's the move he beat Hulk Hogan with. He defeated Hulk Hogan with that move. And remember, chat, we can, like, come back to this later on, too, if we want to, like, change things up. Hulk Hogan, love it, LOL. What ladder finishers? Let's try this. Neckbreaker off the ladder. Everyone does it, chat. Double knee face breaker. Holy crap. It's crazy.
No one gets over on me, brother.
I'm gonna sleep, you all. Take care of my Raider Step. It was nice hanging out. Absolutely cool. Mr. Cool, I'll call you. Absolutely, Mr. Cool. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You know, I've always liked your vibes, dude. You and I should maybe try speaking at some point. If the stars align and you and I have similar fucking schedules. Maybe at some point in time. But you have a good night, okay? You have a good night. Hell yeah, sure, just hit me up whenever, LOL. Incredible. You have a good night. I think this could be, like, the feat of strength, chat. Can't forget his classic match against the Macho Man Randy Savage. Chat, what you don't know is I've been kind of thinking in the background about certain things to write in my eventual lore of Shining Lizard. At some point this year, or even just some point soon, I really want to write up his stuff, you know? I really want to write up his stuff, but I realize that, hold on. Non-lifting moves. Let's do the Hurricane Rana. And then for, like, the ones in where, like, they're leaning up against the table, like this. I want to do something like this. Ugh! It's like just a little It's a brief moment of power, you know? Just like a brief moment. Backdrop suplex, we can also do that. There you go. I like that. That's fucking awesome. Super kick, drop kick, single leg drop kick. Slingshot neck breaker's good. When he digs way down deep, exactly. Chat, I want to do one more finisher, and I want it to be one in where... he has to, like, lift, right? This is one that we use incredibly sparingly, alright? This one that we use super sparingly. I want him to explode, like, out the corner. It's already set up in the corner for him. All he has to do is lift. Nope. That doesn't lift. Corner exploder. Nice. Cyclone suplex. That's good. Grizzly Magnum. What is this? Oh, okay. No, I'm not a fan of that. Yeah, exactly. When he digs way down deep. Oh, that's so stylish, though. Look at this. Look at that. That's incredible. You could do a superplex Falcon Arrow combo. Let's try and do that. Do we have a superplex at all?
For life.
King Maxwell 007, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. You're now a member of the Longboy Club. For life. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you very much. That's good. Might be with the opponent on the top rope. So, okay, so like he's got to lift him up there first. That's fine. Avalanche. There's gotta be... Yes! Look at this. This is gonna be beautiful. Imagine him doing this, chat. Ooh!
Hello, Mario.
Money! Money, 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 money.
Hello, Mario.
Money, 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 money. Big money. Big money. Why isn't the chat refreshing? Hold on a second. God, that's so fucking rad. That's so rad, chat. Shining Wizard's so fucking cool, chat. Hey! Hey, Bit Gamer, King Maxwell. I'm digging the Punch-Out Wii music, the Lucha Giraffe, and the wrestling. Well, you're gonna dig the channel then, because that's my shit. I do a lot of wrestling stuff, dude. If that's your thing, you'll probably like me. You'll probably like my stuff. God, look at this. This is incredible. That's his super finisher. That's only when he has all three of his finisher slots can he do that. He's got to play the long game. I'm a huge pro wrestling nerd, so I'll love it here for sure. Hashtag what if that was us? The 2v1 finisher? Dude, he's not gonna be able to do that. The long game. I just got it, exactly. You can't do that. Oh, the catching finisher. Some of these are actually crazy. Oh! Forearm smash. I like that. Some of these are a little contrived. But with something like this is sick. I like that. You got the Rollins at Mania 31 spot. Ooh! Toss-up super kick. I don't know, I'm liking the punch-out music, chat. This is sick. Especially, like, backed with this. Ledge finisher. Oklahoma Slam. I'm just gonna toss you right off the stage, dude. Diving moonsault. Can we do the coup de grace? Ah, no, we can't. But it's gotta be a diving finisher, chat, right? Holy crap, this channel is nothing but my hyperfixations. Is this my home all along? Well, hey, dude. Welcome home, I guess. Welcome home. We're glad to have you here. We're glad to have you here. Yeah, baby! Shining Wizard takes flight. I approve of this message. Good. Good. I kind of want to switch the punch-out music, chat. There you go. Chat, I'm actually gonna do this, huh? There you go. That's what we want. Combo chain will also reset your combo enders. Except then go to enders. Chat, oh, this is not what... This is exactly what I was like... Roundhouse kick. So you can back him up into like a... Okay. No. What the fuck? Why haven't I done that? Hold on. This will not stand. We gotta go back, chat. We gotta go back. Are you telling me that I was about to go without this? We making out of the minor circuit with this one, boy. That's awesome. You were really about to let me go without this? Time for a cerveza. A cerveza cristal break. I wanna make like my own version of that. You were really about to let me go without making a shining wizard. Cerveza cristal. I'll be honest, I've been loving like the edits of that. I've been loving the edits. Nice. I thought you were gonna do that all along, not gonna lie. I was, but then I forgot. Shining wizard into a bulldog I like. I like the one in where it's like people were like talking about like whether or not the dub, rather whether or not like, you know, the first dub of Dragon Ball was like the best one in the wake of Toriyama's death. And one person made a fun little video edit in where they had Goku taking beer out the fridge. He put it back, and he pulled out a cerveza. He pulled out a cerveza cristal, like it, and it played the little thing that it played in like in the fucking like New Hope edit. And they were like, you know what? I fucking hate the original Dragon Ball dub. And it was that. It was literally just Goku putting in a beer bag and then pulling out a cerveza cristal. It was the funniest thing of all time. But yeah, chat, this right here is the super finisher. Whenever Shining Wizard needs to pull out the big guns, those are the big guns. You know? Those are the big fucking guns. Anyways. Oh my god. Oh man. Oh man. My combo chain, dude. Go to combo enders. Right there. Got the flatliner here. Nah, dude, he's gotta be quick. He's gotta be a quick boys. He's gotta be quick guy. Knee drop. I'm a big fan of that. Flatliner. Float over neck breaker. No, 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 no. Man! Wow. Forearm smash. Forehead bite. What's that one? Do a grapple here. See, like, this right here is the part that's not very funny. Rather, this right here is the part that's not fun. Right? Just watching me do this. I mean, I might be wrong. Like, chat, is this fun? Is this fun? I mean, I'm having fun going through this, but, like, I can't imagine it's, like, the best thing to watch. Is it? I'm vibing. I mean, it's nice to see the animations for the finishers. It is. It is, though. Makes no sense for him. I eat cake right now. I'm here for it. Okay. All right. All right. You guys, if you guys are here for it, keep doing it. It's got to be leg offense, chat. It's got to be the leg-based offense.
Nothing beats it.
Cool, refreshing sip of water. Hey, thank you. It's good background noise, and the stream keeps my GPU constantly active, so my laptop doesn't suddenly lock up and need to be hard shut down. Well, you know what? You know what? That's the power of a Giraffe stream. It can keep you entertained for hours, and it also cleans out your GPU. Multi-purpose. See, like, that makes sense to me, right?
For life.
Tommy Bocos, thank you very much for following, my friend. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. I appreciate it. Is the mule kick even in there, Steph? Let's see.
Hello, Mario.
You're welcome. Well, it's not looking like it. It's right here. Set out Gourd Buster. No, he can't. Listen, he can't do lifting. Non-lifting moves. We gotta go non-lifting. We've gotta go for non-lifting. Leg sweep. Good. Hold on. What is this one? You gotta make sure it's the right one. You know the show
It's
Cobra
almost
Kai?
time for a 120
Heard of it.
seconds minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Alright, chat, I'm gonna just go ahead and run the ad right now.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this. And chat, am I gonna be here the whole night? Yeah, I'm fine with it. Am I gonna be here the whole night?
Step on up and see if you can throw a giant gold ring around a long boy's neck, ladies and gentlemen. Step on up, come on.
Alright, let's see if we can do it.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, hurry.
Ah, you were close though.
Oh, you missed.
You were
Well,
close.
maybe you didn't. You owe me $10 either
You
way.
thought. You thought for a second you had it. Shit. Let's see if it takes us. I love the giraffe's face. God. So chat, I'm actually going to take this second to maybe get up and stretch because I've been sitting for 3.5 hours. I'll be back.
Giving your character a body of ice, the head
Enjoy
of a panda,
1080
or a
snowboarding.
snowboard shaped like a penguin. We're not joking either. These nifty bonuses can only be accessed if you beat the game in every mode on the expert level. In other words, forget about it. 1080 has two basic principles, racing and performing tricks. Two modes offer racing, another two offer tricks, and yet another provides two-player action. Obviously, the tricks are harder to master, but Nintendo deserves a big fat kiss for basing all the stunts around the B button, not having dozens upon dozens of random combination moves like so many other games. Even the hardest move, the 1080 Air, is manageable under this system. The game is still hard though, like Diddy Kong Racing. The control is very accurate, and you'll perform best if you swish from side to side as you go, as well as look at the direction of the snowboard, not your character, to get your angling exact. The game's best feature is the graphics. Each level has the look and feel of being one with nature. The lighting is oh so gorgeous. You'll need a bib to catch the drool
excuse
from
me, we're
admiring
back,
the
my dudes.
landscapes, complete with shortcuts and hidden paths. 1080 Snowboarding is the best game on the Nintendo 64 so far this year. And while that's not saying much for the system, it is saying a lot for the game. Its only faults are length, only 6 racing courses, and the lack of chasmic jumps. Chasmic may not be a real word, but it should be. We want huge, imaginative jumps that keep you airborne for 10 seconds. Is it realistic? Heck no.
Hey, welcome back to
but
Raw, by the
realism
way.
is getting boring in video games. Oh, before we forget, the character selection screen is kinda cool. Each snowboarder is hanging out in the ski lodge. Makes sense, huh? Even in the few moments you'll spend there, You'll notice how each one has a distinctive personality, not just in what he's doing, but in his voice as well.
What is we watching? We're watching gaming in the Clinton years.
No female snowboarders, and a Canadian snowboarder would have been a real treat.
This is what would play for people
who
subscribe to the
By the
channel.
way, if I mispronounce the name, you can chalk it up to my age and pure apathy. At first, we
this
thought
is essentially
1080
kind
was
of like
quick,
what signifies,
thrill ride,
you know, that there's an
mere
ad
6
playing.
courses was not worth $60.
If someone redeems it, then I will run. Then I'll run a 2-minute ad.
All modes are worth your attention. While motor racing games are stuffed with extra modes of play, they don't have the relevance that 1080's modes possess. One mode seems simple at first, until you realize you have to perform several tricks in a row and stick the landing. If you don't, your score goes to 0. 1080 will keep you busy for a while, so
Brother,
even
that's fucking how
fans may want to
snowboarding
buy
works.
it. Congratulations, Nintendo. Once again, you've snuck another surprise hit into the world of gaming.
Hashtag vibe. Absolutely, my friend. I mean, I'm fine with like going for like however long we want. Really. I've been having a fun time. I've been having a great time with all of y'all. Cool. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just be incredibly extravagant, chat. Let's just be super extravagant and weird. Hi, Henry. That game was okay. Did you actually play that game? 1080 snowboarding? We're quite literally just gonna do some like goofy stuff, chat. Great, we've done absolutely no moves that attack the legs. Basement dropkick's pretty good. I want to make sure we have like enough here.
For life.
Hey, thank you for the bit gamer. Ooh. Thank you for your contribution to the club. I like that. Wow. That's insane. Basement drop kick. E. E, E, E. Let's see. I'll turn the music back on.
Step on up and see if you can throw
all right,
Maxwell,
let's see if you can do it.
Boy's neck, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, King, let's see if you can do it.
Come on, let's go, hurry. Oh, you missed. Or maybe you
Nothing
didn't.
beats it.
Cool,
You owe me
refreshing sip
$10
of
either
water.
way.
I do need water, yes. See, like, my thing right now, chat, is I'm trying to make it so that the only lifting move that he has, or for the most part, the only lifting move that he has, is his super finisher, right? Because that's what makes it special, you know? Because that, in my opinion, is what's going to make it special. Man, that's gnarly. X Factor. Uh-oh, you're dealing with the X Factor. Good. Two-hand shove. Get the wheelbarrow arm drag. I like that. Holy crap. I'm a big fan of these very extravagant moves, chat. The games I have with my new 64 include Pokemon Stadium, WWF Warzone, Super Mario 64, and Conker's Bad Fur Day. I used to have a Nintendo 64, but then I kind of grew out of that phase of gaming a little bit. This is not really what I want anymore. Although I do enjoy, like, you know, seeing a shelf full of games. I enjoy, like, seeing people's collections and stuff like that, right? But just, like, I don't have the time, I don't have the money. And I don't play video games often enough to really, really warrant something like that. Dr. Teeth. Let's see what Dr. Teeth is, chat. Oh, that's what Dr. Teeth is. Your top jaw is now dislocated. What the fuck is that? That's crazy. Let's try doing a wear down submission here. Shotgun dropkick would be funny with the horse theme. Kinda would, wouldn't it? I'll go and replace one of those here in a second. Forward leg lock, no. Oh my, wait, hold on. Man, it's crazy. Tequila Sunrise. That would be a great corner move, though. Sure. I'm fine with that. High flyer neutral, little palm strike. It's a shotgun drop kick. What? There's the Shining Wizards right there. Good with that. Also, would it be a conflict of interest if a WWE wrestler was a patient at Britt Baker's dental clinic? I just think they'd be based. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if I would say that. Hey Sev, as much as I like to stay the whole time, I'm actually getting really tired. Have a good rest of your stream. It's okay, Melody. You go and have a good night. You go have yourself a good night, alright? Let's see. I don't think I'm just gonna find shotgun dropkick here. Don't stay up too late yourself now. I'll try not to. But I really want to see this through. I know that's not a shotgun dropkick. Give me a second. Oh, it's that. Okay. Oh, I meant it like as a corner move. Okay. It's The Rock. It's like Hollywood Rock there. Again, I'm perfectly fine with, like, all of these just being incredibly extravagant for no reason. I mean, fuck it. Let's do it. Ishinoku driver. Nope. Nope. No lifting. No lifting. No capes. No capes. It's not what we want. It's a world small package. Oh, man. Let's try a couple of other submissions here. I want to, like, end all of these, like, singular square and circle ones with a submission. I know there's a super kick where the opponent turns around after the first one, you kick him in the back of the head. That'd be rad. Octopus stretch, no. Oh! See, like, that'd be good. Just like, I'm good with, like, the fucking heel hook here. It's kind of like a wear down sort of thing. I'm fine with that. See, like, the double super kick thing, I like that, right? But, like, I'm also of the mindset in where I want to make sure that we're not, like, doing a whole bunch of, like, extravagant things in the normal moves, right? I don't want to do, like, just a whole bunch of, like, extravagant things just as normal moves. It's a Canadian destroyer, dude. Ishinoku driver. No lifting. None. We do not want lifting here. This guy is not someone that you can lift with. Murloc. Monkey flip's pretty good. Sure, let's do that. Now what do all these look like? No lifting. None. I don't want any of that. I like that. Sure, we'll do a DDT. Why not? What's a kick? I need some kicks. There you go. Well, now that we're in the kicks, let's see here. Shoot kicks in roundhouse. Okay with the... What's in it, etc. Nah, dude. Not doing that. Kidding me? I'm trying to find that shotgun dropkick for you, my friend. I'm having a bit of a hard time with that. You know what? I like that. Let's go ahead and do that. Chat, how long have I been muted? How long have I been muted, chat? How long have I been muted? How long have I been muted, chat? Because I just realized. Just a little bit, haha. Okay. Suck arm drag, float over, snap suplex. Nope. I don't think so. I don't think so, brother. Tilt-a-whirl held scissor. Sure. I like that. Cool. I didn't even notice. Haha. Okay, cool. Sunset flip powerbomb. I kind of have one of those. I already put that there. Well, I'll replace it with something else. Terminating knee smash. Sure, let's do that. I'm fine with that. Spanish fly. Okay. Swinging leg hook slam. I mean, that's kind of an overdrive almost. It's a little bit overdrive-esque in nature. Calf kick's pretty good. Wheelbarrow DDT is also great. These are good. I don't have any complaints there. Cool. I want to try that. Oh, okay. No. No lifting. You can do a backstabber. I just fucking assigned that. What? Come on, man. Over clutch backbreaker. Jeez. You're giving all the good moves right away, dude. Stun Rider stretch. What the fuck is that? Oh my god. How is that not a lifting move? How is that not a lifting move, chat? There's absolutely no shot. Frankensteiner, let's see. Front neck chancery. Cool. A Coloss. Show off slam, huh? I see what you're doing there. Don't think I don't see what you're doing there, y'all. Poison Rana. That's gnarly. Reverse DDT. Sure. We take those. Now with all of these, right? I'm fine with just kind of going to this here. I'm fine with just kind of sticking with what the game gives me here, because, listen, man, there's a lot. There's a lot here. And the game kind of already gives me a lot anyways, so... Corner drop kick. No way. We're not giving him the Savannah special. That's not happening. That is one man's move and one man's move only. There's the shotgun dropkick you were looking for. Oh! Holy shit. Forearm smash. Yeah, I'm kind of in the... I have the default high flyer moveset on my female MyRise character, except for the signature and finisher, and it's pretty good. Okay, well then I'll just do that. Lucha Party. And taunts, we can kind of play around with those later on. We can play around a bit more with those later on if we want. I think with that, pretty good. Attributes, they're fine as they are. Paybacks, fine as they are. Wait, go back. I want to make sure that we can do springboard. Tornado DDT onto the entrance in just a second. Just a second. Oh, that's beautiful.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Got out. Right, we're gonna get these, and then once we're done there, we're gonna... How do you even do this? Oh, I see. No, we're doing springboard moonsault! Best moonsault ever! Springboard moonsault. That's good. Tope Otomako. Shooting star. Oh, that's so good. Alright, cool. We're gonna do a couple more things here, and then we're gonna really impress. Alright, we're good. We're good. It's over. It's done. On to the entrance. This should be pretty straightforward. The entrance should be pretty straightforward, chat. Although I say that, but you know me. I can be there for a long time. Well, while the ad is playing, I'll go ahead and I will get us set up.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this. I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of get them loaded up because I know that this can take a while. I know that this can take quite a bit of time. This can take... sorry. This can take quite a bit of time. I kind of want to go ahead and just play a thing of Gitsy anyways. just to kind of have something here, but nah, I'm fine. I'm okay. How the hell did like 30 minutes go by so quick? Oh. Hello. Hello, son is lost. Hello, did this actually work? It did.
Hello, Mario.
It did. Oh, hello there. Hi. Hi, son. How you doing? We're currently in an ad break, so I'm kind of waiting until we're done with that. Ow. We're waiting. Robo-Stev. The mask has come off. The mask has come off, my friend. Ow. So first off, we need to figure out his music, right? gotta figure out his music. Because right now we're making an entrance for our great OC here, Shining Wizard. He's a nice pony OC, you should have. Thank you. I made a wrestler based off of him. I made a wrestler based off of him.
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, thank you. Also, welcome back to Raw. His name is Shining Wizard. That is the name of our guy here, and right now we're trying to fucking do his entrance. Before we get, like, incredibly deep into it, we need to figure out what his music is. Script.
Stampede!
I'm sorry?
Hello, Mario.
Huh?
Hello, Mario.
Huh? What?
Hello, Mario.
Snake Station with the long boys,
Hello,
girls,
Mario.
and bees, and
Hello,
ages.
Mario.
Thank you very much, everyone, for rating on in here. Right now, I don't even know how to fucking describe it. Hi, my name's Giraffe. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Jesus Christ. The follow notifications are not even, like, coming in right now. Oh my god. Hi, Snack. Thank you for bringing your community over here. To go into a bit more detail, I do a lot of wrestling stuff. I do a lot of wrestling stuff over here on this channel. Right now we are making a wrestling version of my pony OC. Let me go and grab him real quick for everyone who has not seen him yet. That is Shining Wizard. That's his name, and he's right up there. We made a pony version of him as close as we could, and we are. Are you a robot? Oh yeah. You just came in to me, trying to get through one of the redeems, because one of the redeems is to activate Robo Mode. I call it Mask Off, because in my lore, I'm a robot. Hey, classic. I'm not usually a robot. I'm gonna turn back to normal here in like a few minutes, but one of the redeems is that I get like this for a few minutes. What I also get like is trying to find some music for my fucking guy. The manifestation entrance is pretty wild. We'll check it out here in a minute. Music fuck indeed. What the fuck is happening? What is happening? Scratched with the long boys, girls, NBs,
Hello,
and
Mario.
AGs. Hi. Thank you very much, everyone. For those of you who don't know, my name is Giraffe. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club, very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Tonight we are making a
Hello,
OC
Mario.
in WWE 2K24. It is on my wrestling pony OC. It's right up there. His name is Shining Wizard. He's cool. He's great. He is my hyperfixation. I figured out why people obsess
Hello,
over their
Mario.
own OCs, because I have that OC now. I have that OC myself now. And right now, we are gonna create his entrance. Maybe. You seem like a great bean, so here we are. That, you know what? I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Scratch. And thank you for following, by the way. Oh my god. In the words of a great scholar, I've got a lot of people at this point. Holy shit! Holy fuck! Oh my god! Okay. So I'm gonna try to get back to what we were doing here. I'm gonna try to get back to it, but I genuinely don't think I can. I don't think I can. I think we just gotta wait like a few extra minutes now, because Jesus Christ. I need a mod, anyone in fucking any mod, any at all, to shout out both Snake Station and Scratch. If you haven't done so already, I would really appreciate that. Please, because holy crap, I guess I'll give a rundown of what I usually do. Again, my name's Rafastev. I do a lot of wrestling stuff. I play a lot of wrestling games. Right now, obviously, we're playing the newest one, WWE 2K24. But I've done full playthroughs and tons of content on 2K22, 23. Let's see here. I did a full playthrough of SmackDown vs. Raw not too long ago. I've been going through the SmackDown vs. Raw games, and the next one we're gonna do is 2010, which has a mode that I want to get a lot out of. I want to get a lot out of that mode, because there's a story creation mode in that game, and it makes me go, woo! It makes me go, woo! It makes me go, ooh, indeed. And then in SmackDown vs. Raw 2011, we obviously have Universe mode and a couple other things in there. There's a lot of good stuff that I want to do. There's a lot of cool stuff I want to do. And tomorrow, how many times has the game crashed on you tonight? 0. The game has been pretty stable because, mostly because we've been spending the entire night just creating this character. We've been customizing his appearance, his moveset, and now we're at his entrance, the final thing we're going to do tonight. We've been in it. We have absolutely been right in it. Jesus Christ, on a bike. My fucking tracking thing is frozen. My phone is being weird. Hold on. SmackDown vs. Raw 2014 was the GOAT. Okay, I'm gonna probably scare away at least 20 of you. Actually, oh my God! Actually, at that point, it wasn't called SmackDown vs. Raw. It was called the WWE series, but you know, it's not even the case then, because at that point, they were the WWE 2K games. That was when it started in 2014. That was the first one. It was a 2K.
Hello, Mario.
And indeed, a lot of people do consider it to be the best one. Yes. Jesus Christ. Also, thank you. I try really hard. Also, thank you, Scratched. You deserve it. Thank you. I try really hard. That's wacky. A WWE game would have crashed on me by now. Notoriously buggy. I love watching Germa rumbles. The rumbles that like Germa and like Joel do are some of the greatest. They're some of the greatest things of all time. Just like in all of streaming, honestly. That is what I aspire to. That's what I aspire to. These we're never gonna get this shit done. Come on. I don't know why, but the robo voice makes me so uneasy. Oh yeah, that's right, because eventually we're gonna go back to the normal voice, and then they're going to Mayro. What now? Oh, that's the Hello Mario thing is not a command. It's something that happens whenever someone chats in the stream for the first time. So like, your first message on this stream, they'll play that video. Your first message on the next stream, it will play that video again. So yeah. What's the fuck? I really need this music to be more in the front, dude. Because it's so quiet. It's so dang quiet. I know, I'm just trying out things at random. Hey, it's fine, it's fine. Is that you as a pwn up there? I mean, I guess you could say that. That's Shining Wizard. That's my wrestling OC. Or rather, that's my pony OC. Oh, hey, the robo voice is gone. Hi, everyone. This is how I normally sound like. So cute. I know. He's so good. He's so good. It was made by one of my friends, Melody Small. Mildy Small, who is a chat regular. We'll probably see him tomorrow night because I'm gonna be back tomorrow night with my friend Logos, and we're gonna play the new Star Wars Battlefront collection, the one that.
Hello, Mario.
Evening. Hello, Forgotten Dreamers. So cute. I know, it's so good. It's just, it's so good, chat. So wait, will this like change the music? No, it won't. Dude, I don't want this prompt every single time this comes up. I don't want it. Come on. We got the two men. It's heckin' 3 a.m. though, and I'm recovering from Corvids. I need to snack and rest. I'm so glad to have met you. Scratched, thank you very much for like bringing your fucking community over here. Insane to Snake Station. Right now, we're currently sitting at like more viewers than I would have never in a million years would I thought that I would have gotten anything even remotely to this. And again, like it's all thanks to like those two. It really is like a lot of it is thanks to those two. But like genuinely, I appreciate it. Hey, they are our community. We build, we grow, we succeed together. Thank you. Thank you though. I realize that they all come here from Scratch and Snake. You know, they're here for them. They're not here for me. But, you know, I appreciate the follows anyway. Like from, I'm a D3VH. How do you want me to shorten that, my friend? If I can. Thank you for the follow, though. You're now a member of the Longboy Club for life. Nah, they are now here for you. Accept the love. All right, I'll accept it. I will accept it. I'll accept the love. Thank you. I really, really appreciate it. Genuinely. Genuinely. The stream is now 4 hours and 10 minutes long. We got to go for 10 more minutes, chat. We got to get it past the 420 mark. Usually I don't stream this long, by the way. D3 or Dev, but I use Dev. Okay, I'll call you Dev then. I'll call you Dev. 24-hour stream, let's go. That'll be the fucking day. Can you imagine? What's Rey Mysterio's Jr.'s entrance like? Does he like come out the ground? If he comes out the ground, then that's what we're using. No, it's not. No, it is not. A rock star. Rose gold. Let's try that. Subathon. Listen, I already talked about a subathon at the beginning of the stream. I don't know which one more people want. Genuinely. I need to see. Only 10 minutes remaining? Aw, man. Well, listen. Only 10 minutes remaining or however many I want. You know? I'm in no rush. The fuck? That was, no. No. I can go for as long as I want, my friend. Coming in with the scissors made me think you were gonna pull an AI. I really wish scissors were a weapon in this game. That way we could recreate it. It would be so good. Rule hardcore. Also, I like hearing how people say my name, so it doesn't do that much how I'm called. Alright. Sounds good. Hey, what was that E-Fed called? I want to go play it now. What do you mean? What do you mean? You want to go and, like, find it, like, on Journey of Wrestling? I don't think I have it.
4
Huge cookie OG. Thank you very much for the follow. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. Thank you. Oh, Journey of Wrestling. I love Journey of Wrestling, by the way. That's like underrated shit. I'm gonna check it out. The dev is like really, really hard working on it right now. Right now, he's like in the midst of like trying to sort of bring it to Steam and mobile. So like the main game hasn't gotten a lot of updates, but the game, especially if you're playing the version that's offline, is incredible. It's like genuinely really, really good. It's genuinely so good. Bang. Okay, well that's Diamond Dallas Page. Immediately that's Diamond Dallas Page. We need like something where he's flying. Bubba Electric, thank you for following. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. The Shield's Lunatic. Alright, well that's Moxley. DDP, DDP, DDP. One of the best people in all of wrestling, by the way. Genuinely a fucking sweetheart. At least based on what we've seen. Again, I try not to idolize people. But
Hello, Mario.
at least based on what we've seen, he's someone worth idolizing. Hello, eFed streamer here, seeing what you got here. I am... Well, I'll tell you what I got here is I have a Pony OC here. We made a wrestling OC out of him. His name is Shining Wizard. And right now we're trying to give him an entrance. We're trying to give him an entrance. DDP's best role in the movie, Ready to Rumble. He probably is the best part of it, purely by virtue of, like, just him being there. Like, DDP in anything automatically gives something at least half a star better, you know? I will not take any questions on that. What the fuck? Wait, is... Oh! Oh, is that Machine Gun Kelly's entrance? Is that fucking Machine Gun Kelly's entrance from 2K24? I will stick around, just getting my roster built. Nice. Nice. Oh yeah, that's 100% MGK. They added his only good song into Fortnite, chat. Just this week, they added his only good song into Fortnite, and he's not even the best part of that song. Youngblood absolutely carries that song, especially towards the end. Respect the Nation? Is this like a Nation of Domination thing? Like, I Think I'm Okay is probably like MGK's best song. He's not even the best part of that song. He is comfortably backseat to Youngblood. Let's see here. Power of Love, Poison Flower. Personality Disorder 1? I looked up Journey of Wrestling and it doesn't seem to have the AI text output or other stuff the psychotic AI wrestling thing had. I want the game that uses ChatGPT to simulate wrestling matches. Oh, well, what I did there was back then, I literally just made a card in Journey of Wrestling and I put that card through AI. I wouldn't do that now because, like, AI is just... I mean, like, the genie's out the bottle of... I mean, like, the fucking genie is out of the bottle with that. And I don't really want to contribute to it, you know? I don't want to contribute to it as much as I can. Rather, I want to contribute to it as little as I can. Because, like, you know, even if we don't, like, recognize it, you know, it's still taking our shit. What is peak masculinity? A GPW, Global Power Wrestling. We stream tonight at 6. Welcome to come. I'm probably gonna be asleep, my man. Sorry. I'm probably gonna be busy. But thank you. Thank you for the invite. I appreciate it. I like peak masculinity, not gonna lie. I like ChatGPT, it's up to the minute. It is, yes. That's fine. Maybe at some point, dude. Maybe at some point. New season, too. I've not tried to run a wrestling eFed ever since the ChatGPT thing, actually. What's that? The one and only? Let's check that out. What the fuck? What's that? Is there no Cody Vader in this? Do you think that... Do you think that's the play? Do you think that Cody Vader is the play? Let's see. Let's see. Can you do the Pretty Deadly entrance? I can try. This is so awkward. This is so weird. Yeah, that's not the Cody Vader. How about this? What's this? Oh! Oh, this is like the undashing Cody Rhodes thing. Right? I want to see Shining Wizard do the Gunter entrance. Wait! Bring back Bobby Lashley showing his butt off as a gimmick. It was so over. I'm not lying. It was not. No shot. No way. Yes. 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 He's so good, chat. He's so good. Fuck yeah. We found our entrance. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. I forgot my J on that. Oh, I bet you did. Don't lie. You enjoyed it. Bobby Lashley, butt enjoyer. I mean, granted, he does have a nice ass. All I'm saying is that Bobby Lashley's got a nice ass, by God. That's the one, chat. That's it. That's it. That's the one. Alright, let's figure out some better music for this, chat, because I don't think that this is gonna work out. Wait. Is this other side? Let's check it out. Is this other side? I think it's other side, chat. It's the same key. This is actually kind of awesome, yeah. Come on, maybe full screen this. Wait, maybe? Hold on. Hold on. From the top, baby. They actually got the other side on here. Alter Bridge lives on. Again, I'm so glad that like Copeland got to keep Metalingus in AEW. I'm gonna find the sing-along portion because this shit literally gave me goosebumps. We can also customize his entrance even further, chat. Like, it doesn't just have to be Cody's thing. like an edited version, but it works. Why is he caked up, chat? From all the running, he's a horse. Works the glutes. No kidding. I love the pyro. I do too. Chat, this is... I'll tell you. This fucks. I'm gonna find Ricochet real quick. I just kind of want to see how this looks. No. Okay, what about Ricochet too? How's that look? We gotta take that pyro out, okay? In-ring should be different, though. It should, yeah. Do we want to keep, like, with this Cody pyro? Final section is 2 Cody. It is. Like, I'm fine with this. But we gotta get rid of this pyro, chat. We gotta get rid of it. When's it come out? Hi, Henry. Henry's here, chat. Where's the pyro? Gotta get rid of it, dude. No pyro. None. No pyro. None. You don't need it. No pyro. Real Henry appearance? He's right here, chat. I think it is included with the entrance. Can you not turn it off? You can. How about hear me out? Way more pyro. Let's wait for WrestleMania, right? Let's wait for WrestleMania. And then we'll go that distance, okay? No, I don't like that one. Makes him look sort of heelish almost.
For life.
Quinn, thank you for following. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. Hopefully you're doing well, my friend. There's gotta be like a Sin Cara thing, right? I want like a Sin Cara thing. Let's try this. Yeah, baby! That's what we want. That's what we need. Oh, yeah! In fact, let's try this. Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect. All right, chat. My current creations require farting, tacos, and Mexican food. Are you at Chipotle? Look at this, chat. There you go. Now that's the shit. That's my shit. That's my shit. All the girls. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, chat, here it is in all its glory. No pyro, it's just sitting there. I guess CAW called Emu Del Taco. Oh, Del Taco. Just hard cuts. Wow. That's incredible. That's cool as fuck. Wow. So like, hold on just a second. I want to make it so that we have enough.
Hello, Mario.
So that we have enough here. And unlike the real Sin Cara,
It's almost time for a 120 seconds minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Alright. I'm going to do a little something here, okay? I'll just go ahead and run it right now.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this. We need to, like, have the camera, like, move away for a second. Can we do that? Unlike the real Sin Cara, he'll never botch it. See, like, listen. I like all of this, right? No. Not that. Not that, not that, not that, not that. Oh, are you gonna add the Judgment Day Titantron? I will. I absolutely will.
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
He like jumps into the ring and then he comes back in. What's this? No. Also, welcome back to Raw. Oh, hi, Kenny. Are they allowed to do this, like, legally? I mean, I guess he doesn't, like, own the rights to, like, the fucking moves in the entrance. All right, here it is in all its glory, chat. Let's see how this looks. They have struck gold here. Been going for 4.5 hours. Also, hello, Huge Cookie. How are you doing? Thank you for the follow earlier. I appreciate it. What? Try this again. One more time. I just want to make sure that the motion's right, you know? Just hard cuts. God, it's so fucking awesome that I don't even care that it's like kind of janky. What the fuck? Dazool RGB with the Long Boys, Girls, NBs, and AGs. Hello. Thank you for sending your lovely community on over here. For those of you who are unaware, my name's Giraffe Steph. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Tonight, we are doing a fun little thing here. We're doing a fun little thing here in where we are creating a wrestling OC based off of my pony OC. It's right up there. I guess you had to start running streams this long more often, Steph. You know, as cool as that would be, I'm fine. I'm okay. How's 2K24? How many raids has it been now? At least 4. At least 4. I love that the singing starts as he enters the ring. I know. What needs to happen, right? What needs to happen is that I need the camera to just cut away for a second. You know? I need the camera to like just cut away for a second. That way we don't see the obvious like changes, you know? Because obviously this going into this, it doesn't make much sense, you know? Here, I'll check out Ricochet again one more time. Oh, that's godly. I need the Ricochet light show to like just be what's happening, you know? I need that to be what's happening. Okay, this duck is usually never up this late, but I'm heading to bed. Have a good stream. Okay, thank you. Thank you for sending your lovely community on over here. Can I get a shout out for Dazool, please? If not, I will do it myself. I think what I need to do is get more mods. If I'm gonna be doing it this late often, then I need to begin more mods. Clear away, he's in chat. Go follow him. Alright, we're gonna see how this looks, chat. We're gonna see how this shit looks. We've increased by like 16 followers in this stream alone, chat. Genuinely, I don't know what to say. I'm flattered. I'm honored. And I'm just... Fuck. I don't have the words. I don't have them.
Mario.
Well, that's a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect to step at this time of day. Look how awesome this is, Pod. I'm just gonna shut up. Oh, no, but, like, listen. Listen. This bit here, though. It's so fucking awesome. I'm actually nerding out over this, chat. You don't understand. Who wouldn't follow a long giraffe? Well, let's see. Chat. If you aren't following, why aren't you? Why aren't you following right now? I'm gonna be back here tomorrow night with my friend Logos. We're gonna be playing some fucking Star Wars Battlefront 2 collection. Yo, that's so cool. Shining Wizard's so amazing. He's gonna be even more amazing here in a second. I got some dance emotes in chat. If I can't, I will do it myself. It's so easy to follow you because of the long neck. I can see you from really far away. That's very true. So fucking cool, dude. He's so cool! Ah! Ah! He's so cool! He's so cool, chat! He's so sick! Now. Huh?
Hello, Mario.
Oh my god. Giraffes are cool soon.
Life.
Oh my god. God, I don't know. Oh, I don't know anymore. I don't know. Can I, like, make a custom title entrance for him? Is that not, like, a thing I can do? Okay, we're just gonna do the Cody 2 entrance. All of it. We're just gonna do the whole thing. This is for when he's your WWE champion, chat. Where's the Titantron movie? We need the Judgment Day thing. The Judgment Day is an unbreakable bond. Now, of course, we need... listen. Where is the Judgment Day's purple fire? I'm actually in awe over how fucking rad this is, chat. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy, chat. Wrestling makes me so happy. Well, hopefully I don't have to face the Judgment Day at all at any point. Let's see what happens. God! It's like his whole stomach, chat. It's like his entire stomach. That title is. Wow. It's like the Judgment Day Titantron was made for Shining Wizard. It was. It heals me to hear you this excited and giddy. You're adorable. These are an amazing amount of customization options. I know! You sound like a gay schoolgirl, JK. I would do the same. Listen, I will sound excited if I want to sound excited. Here he comes out with his big title. This is like the most ridiculous thing ever. Ah! Wait, hold on, chat. I'm gonna do you one better, okay? What if we leave the Cody Vader for like when he's a champion? And we have this be something else. It just kind of depends because I want that chorus to hit. You know? I want the chorus to hit. If it doesn't hit, then there's no point, you know? Jesus. We love an excited Steph. I'm so fucking hyped, dude. You don't understand. This is so sick to me. Ooh. No, go back.
For life.
Hey, thank you for following, Antonio. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. How'd you come up with Shining Wizard as a title? Let's see. God, this is even better, chat. Oh, it's seamless. I might have come up with Thicken Dots instead of Dippin' Dots. I'll tell you here in a second, I'm sorry. I want Ricochet Smoke to come here, right? I want his, like, smoke right here. Can I please get that? Can I please get that smoke? I want that smoke. Now, how'd you come up with the title Shining Wizard? Well, let's see. Pony names are usually kind of like two words put together, or they're like turns of phrases, or they're kind of like sort of things that are related to their talents, so to say, right? Or kind of their personality. And I was thinking, okay, well, all right, well, this guy, he is a wrestling pony. What's like a wrestling thing? What the fuck? Oh, I didn't save. Shit. But no. I was thinking, okay, well, what are some, like, wrestling things that are kind of, like, fun little turns of phrases, or just kind of, like, something that sounds good when put together. I want to name him, like, after a wrestling move. I decided on, right? I decided that, okay, well, if he's gonna be named after anything, he should be named after a wrestling move. And, you know, eventually I decided on Shining Wizard because it just sounded the best when put together in my head, you know? What the fuck? I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting, dude. This is what being awake at almost 6 a.m. will do to you. This is actually incredible. Also, you know what's also incredible? The fact that you guys are still fucking here. Like, that's actually insane. It's an epic name. I didn't know it's your pony name. It's my pony name. You can still call me Giraffe-Stev or Stev, because in my head, me and Shining Wizard are not really the same, right? To me, he's not like a self-insert. I don't really know what he is yet, but I love him a lot, and he has taught me the value of, you know, just kind of, being obsessed over your own OCs, you know? I'm finding the value of that. Because screw it, you should be. You should be obsessed over your own OCs. I've been working on mine, but keeping you on. Thank you. I appreciate it. We could even add the Judgment Day light show. I could. If you haven't already. It's kind of a mix between that and, like, Ricochet's thing. As a chronic RPer, welcome to the club. Listen, I've learned over time that I love to roleplay. You know? I love to roleplay. It's why I like to put my own spin on things. You know? Or like when I play as a character in like an RPG or in something like this, I like to take one thing and take it into another direction. And make sure it stays consistent like with what I want, you know? The issue is that hold on, I'm gonna try the Judgment Day lighting. Let's try it. Is the Judgment Day in like... Oh. I don't think that's gonna happen, Keebs. I could probably go into like the Judgment Day's trio entrance. And like... try and find something like that. But no, like, I've learned over time... look under light show. Oh. No, nothing. If I do Finn Balor, then it's just gonna get me, like, you know, the thing where he puts his arms up. I've been role-playing for over a decade, but almost never in the asexual mode. Could you share tips of what makes fun, family-friendly storytelling? Just be really dumb. I mean, like, listen. I'm not, like, a storytelling expert, right? I'm not gonna tell you how to, like, write the best thing ever, because I don't know how to do it. Yeah, Ricochet's is there. Let's try it. Oh! Yes! 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 Chat. Yes, chat. Wow. I'm like slipping into another fucking dialect. This is awesome. No trampoline required. He just has the wings.
Hello, Mario.
He can sick it. Sev, holy hell. What, Lumi? What's up? It is dead o'clock. Yeah, but like, listen, do you see this shit? This is the coolest thing ever. Oh, it's so good, chat. It's so good. Also, I sent you a work in progress a couple hours ago. Thank you. I've not been checking Discord. The fact I may go to bed before a step stream ends is wild. Well, listen, we are actually about to end because I think we have our entrance, chat. I think that's just it. I think that's the one. I think that's what we're going with. I think that's what we're going with. Also, the math meme is going off. The math meme? The math meme. What's that? Also, the work in progress is great. I love it. The Twilight Zone music. The Twilight Zone music. The math theme is going off. Also, big congratulations. I can't wait for his big debut. Also, yeah. We have a bunch of people watching right now. A lot of people are lurking, which is A-okay by me. That's absolutely fine. I just, like, listen. Snake Station and Scratchy, they raided in here with so many people, and I just didn't even know what to do about it. Didn't even know what to do. I didn't, Lumi. I didn't know what to do about it. I don't know. Sleep well, y'all. Much love to meeting you all and see you next time. There were so many raids. That's awesome. I know. Chat. I genuinely cannot even thank you enough. I can't. It is impossible for me to do it. I can't do it. Thank you so fucking much. Thank you so much for tonight and for making this an incredible stream. An incredible stream. It wasn't the funniest stream, but it was one that I felt really, really good about doing. Be yourself. Let's find... I don't even know if there's someone to raid. But we need to raid somebody. We're not letting this go to waste. Base redeems. How the fuck is Ash and Dice up this late? How about Dean? How is Dean up this late? We're gonna, you know what?
Hello, Mario.
You good with suggestions? I'll take them for like next time. But I don't know. Wait. No. I want to do Anxiety Princess. They are doing a 24-hour stream right now. I want them to have this. Thank you. I work so fucking hard. I work really hard. And sometimes it doesn't always feel like it pays off. But even if it doesn't, I still have fun. And the moments where it does are just so gratifying.
Spare serotonin, please.
Thank you, Lumi. And, you know, especially to you, like, you've been one of my
Step on
friends
up
forever.
and see if you can throw a
It
giant
can't even be
gold
heartfelt
ring around
right
a long
now.
boy's neck, ladies and gentlemen.
You've been one of my
Come on,
friends for
let's
so
go, let's go,
long.
let's go, hurry. Ah!
And we've just kind of
You missed. Or maybe you
been
didn't.
kind of like on the outside looking in of
either
each
way.
other's, you know, creative runs. You know, it's just really cool to know that you've been here for all of it. And I appreciate you. I appreciate everyone here. Thank you. We're going to send the love over to my friend Anxiety Princess, otherwise known as Alice. You're genuinely the coolest. You're doing great, my long lad. You all are doing great too. Long Boy Club love. Let's bring it all the way over there. If you've not done so already, thank you for the gift sub. Jesus Christ. Thank you very much for the gift sub, Keeves. Jeez. Thank you very much, everyone. If you've not done so already, consider following the channel. I'd appreciate it. Join the Discord. We're doing a lot of fun stuff over there. There's my socials.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds
Fuck you,
minute
homunculus.
Cheetos
We're gonna
break, my
leave before
dudes.
you do it. There's all my stuff. It's right there. Please follow me on my shit. It's all right there in my card. My Twitter, my TikTok, my YouTube. Everything is right there. Join the Long Boy Clubhouse Discord server. We're going to be doing a whole lot of cool stuff there in hopefully the coming months. And next week when we return to My Little Pony Friendship's Magic Watch-Alongs. Thank you all, everyone. I really appreciate it. Stay safe, stay healthy, and remember, when you are in the Long Boy Club, you are in it for life. Thank you all. Speaking of, thank you. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye. Jeez.